How are you? How is that Monday?
Robotics at the high school, at the Blue High. Recently retired from that. Left that position. I saw his name here. First time I saw it.
Sounds like the mill.
He's a,
Everybody hurry up.
yeah, he belongs to the main law. His picture up.
Holy cow.
Quiet, isn't it?
We need for the going.
Yeah, I have it just on this one instead so they can see if someone joins.
So your eye doesn't look any different.
What I have is a little bit, like a little rainbow. She said that's where they cut in, and so that'll heal.
And you see that.
I can see like a rainbow color, like a little, like a piece of hair that's coming out.
Oh, yeah.
When it first happened, I'm looking for the hair.
Yeah.
It's instantaneous.
In no pain.
I mean, the first time I did it, Dr. Brown gave me enough anesthesia that I woke up like, I was carrying on the conversation. I was functioning. This one, they always did, because I came out of that, so I hadn't eaten in 12 hours. So they asked me what I wanted, so I haven't had a dinner in like 100 years.
Yeah.
You got one. So we're driving home, I go to Christine, she's driving, I said, I didn't give you my laundry.
When I was driving this,
Remember you tried to get in this? Really, it was going on this thing around the parking lot. And I remember my mom had it. She had it fine.
Good morning, everybody. Commissioners meeting on September 2nd. Holy moly, September already. Please join me saluting our flag.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Way to crash a party, Dave.
I'd like to make an entrance. Or exit. I'll be here all week.
All right, we have some recognition this morning. Brad, would you like to?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This should have been done at the barbecue and probably the one before that even, but it's vacation month and we've had a hard time getting everyone to be able to come in. And this particular employee works nights, so that makes it extra challenging. She actually worked last night, so she's here on very little sleep right now. So it is with great pride and appreciation that we recognize Marin Hanley as our employee of the second quarter for 2025. Marin continues to go above and beyond in her role as a night shift emergency communication specialist. She's known for her unwavering reliability, and she's consistently picks up overtime, remains flexible while always stepping into the support the center when needed. Marin's dependability during others' vacation or sick time has proven essential to the smooth operation of our team, especially during high pressure or unexpected situations. Marin is currently enrolled in an online class through the Atlantic chapter of communications to become one of our trainers for the center. And we look forward to having her in that position to help her assist with helping train any new or future hires. Marin approaches each call with professionalism, patience, and calm, whether guiding a panic caller or coordinating with our first responders. Marin's communication is clear, effective, and reassuring. Beyond technical skill is Marin's positive attitude that no matter the hour or the stress level, it sets the tone of resilience and teamwork for the entire night shift. This recognition reflects not just Marin's strong work ethic, but also the integrity and compassion she brings to the job each day. So we're proud to have Marin as part of our team and grateful for the ongoing contributions to the safety and well-being of our community. And congratulations, Marin, for Employee of the Quarter for 2025.
Very good. Appreciate it.
Did you prepare a speech like I asked?
No.
Yep, it's all yours. So, yes, you can go to sleep.
You can go to- Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
All right. It's none. New business, our administrator's report.
The county made an offer to Richard Wild for the IT specialist position. He will begin on Monday. The county received notice from Maine Municipal Risk Assessment, Risk Management, that we will be receiving a dividend check in the amount of $2,748 for work in the compensation fund. This is due to our good performance and loss prevention. The county received notice from DOT regarding the 2024 bridge inspection on the Luce Bridge in Salem. There are some corrective actions that need to be addressed, and the next inspection shall occur in 2026. Details are in your flower folder. Kennebago Lake Camps, Inc. in Davis Township has filed an application for the LUPC to construct a small maintenance building. Jim Desjardins will be retiring on September 12th. The county is having a retirement party for him Thursday, September 4th from 12 to 1. We are welcoming everyone to join and congratulate Jim on his upcoming retirement. MCCA Annual Conference is September 18th and 19th. The Commissioner Carlton, Commissioner Gilbert are planning to attend along with staff from the Commissioner's Office and other departments, including EMA, Deeds, and Communications. The county is currently recruiting candidates for corrections and dispatch. On August 19th, the board approved the disbursement policy, however, it still needs signature. The policy is in your flower folder for signature. The Registry of Deeds will be closed for the public on Monday, September 8th, and Tuesday, September 9th, as they migrate to their new recording system. Staff will be working and available to answer calls, however, the computers will be down.
Move we accept the administrator's report.
Second, can I make a comment?
So moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that we've done an excellent hire in Richard Wild. Those that don't know about Richard, but in the community, he worked at Ron's Market every Sunday, and the income he made, he gave as a scholarship to the kids in Mount Blue.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of individual we brought into this county to work for us. And he did a lot with the blue team, whatever they call with the robots. Excellent, excellent choice. And I'm very pleased to see him be part of the county.
I've known Richard for some years now, and he will be an excellent help to Jay.
Yes, sir.
Sue, I see the Registry of Deeds is migrating to a new recording system. Is that statewide?
No,
No?
no, each county has their own vendor, but I think there's like 7 other counties that have this company. We each have our own.
Do you expect this new system to make massive improvements, or is it
Oh,
just-
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and I think Jake can attest to that.
Yeah, certainly much more modern solution than what's in place right now, so I think it'll be a pretty good improvement.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I have a question for, housekeeping question for you, Amy. The Kennebago Lake Camp, she contacted me, and I hadn't any information to give us, that's why I asked her to contact you. But in situations like that, they're building a building.
Mhm.
It's in Lurk, Oregon, it's
Yeah.
under Lupec, I keep calling it Lurk, but. So they're required just to notify us, we don't have any What is, why, can you fill us in a little bit on that?
So my general understanding when you sent that to me was that maybe they hadn't got a response from LUPC.
That's
which we've
correct.
heard multiple complaints from folks in the unorganized territories about getting no response or
Yep.
not a timely response for building permits from LUPC. We will be reaching out to our field office to ask them where that is. If that doesn't work, then we will get a hold of Tom Dubois, who is our member to the LUPC board, to try to expedite that for them. But this is happening, this is the third one I've heard.
They applied, she told me they applied last spring, like February, March. They didn't hear, followed up eventually, and when they did get response from them, they said, oh, you need to do this extra thing, which was contact the county. And she said, you never told us that initially. It was just,
So
it
typically
sounded
they
like a
send them to
runaround.
us. So I get all of those when they give a building permit out, I get an email. The big ones I'll send to you. I mean, do you really care if somebody's putting a shed? Why not?
Yeah.
But, you know, if they're gonna be doing a subdivision
Yep.
in one,
Yep.
that could impact services, then I send that along to the commissioners.
Yep,
Because I have a file on my email, probably 700 deep,
Yep.
Of these types of things. So in the past, we've just kind of sent along the big stuff, like Saddleback's putting up a new lift, or there's a new subdivision going in Dallas Plantation. Those types of things I will send along to the commissioners so that you're aware, as well as the sheriff, so that he knows the impact. If those things actually come to fruition, then it could really make a huge impact in the services we provide the county.
thank you.
So just to follow up on that, I had a meeting, met with the Dallas assessor, and heard the same thing. I mean, half the meeting was no response, or people doing things without getting permits and then paying the fine afterwards. So I did call Tom Dubois, and we had quite a lengthy conversation. I think Bob Lightbody talked to him too about projects he was working on. So there's a lot of things falling through the cracks, and I think we just keep following up with Tom because he represents us very well, and I think he's not afraid to step on some toes.
Well, that's what this individual did. They applied and didn't hear anything, and when they followed up, they still didn't hear anything, and then the first thing they heard was, well, you need to do this. It was just unfortunate.
It hasn't gotten any better.
No.
I would, Mayor,
Yeah.
I would suggest you reach out to Senator Black, because sometimes he's also on the Ag Committee, right?
Yep.
And certainly
Yep.
can raise some cane with him.
Good point. Okay, any more discussion?
I have one thing.
Yes.
I need you to approve this report because we're hiring the IT specialist. And that's a technicality. When we do hiring, we need to have the
True.
report approved.
The motion was made
To
to
accept.
accept and now approve the administrator's report.
I was seconded, so I'll second it.
Okay, so it's seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor? All right, good discussion. Minutes.
Move we accept the minutes as presented.
Second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor?
I abstain, I wasn't here.
Oh, that's right, okay, yep. All right, treasurer's report.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
One thing I wanted to just reinforce, in the treasurer's report, if you're curious about the town tax payment, as of the time I prepared the report, I had to prepare it Wednesday, but there were 10 municipalities that had made the first tax payments, and the total of that was, well, I'll round it up to 2 million, just so you know. Payments are coming in. Any questions?
I have questions, but not on this, so I'll wait till we approve this.
Okay.
I move approval, treasurer's report.
Motion
I'll second.
moved and seconded to accept the treasurer's report. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
So I have some questions I think I've given you some heads up to. And you've done a great job in picking out two issues where something was charged to a budget item that we didn't have a budget item to. So how will you work with the new budget to make sure that things are not charged to it since they have been either reduced or removed?
Is kind of the big picture item that you're asking about. And one is that a lot of times people think when the auditors come and do an audit, they're gonna catch mistakes and they'll catch fraud. Well, they only look at a sampling of materials when the auditor comes, so you can't really assume anything about catching fraud, and they don't purport to be able to catch fraud or any misstatements even, except in the sampling that they do, they try to provide to the county reasonable assurance that the financial statements as presented are accurate and that's even to the degree that there might be some, can't think of the word, but it's, if there are any mistakes, they're not big enough to make a difference in accepting the statements for the validity. So they're looking for big errors, probably, is what the auditors are looking for. And similarly, I mean, I looked at the bank statement for the general fund, and I think there were like almost 200 checks. So I'm not looking at detail enough over the entire county. I mean, you got almost 90 employees, right? And you have a huge budget that's $6 million. So what I do is I do look at things like the audit for kind of background knowledge, and then I also try to look at the monthly statements that our CPA provides, and he provides statements about the different fund balances and summaries. So that's what I try to do, and frankly, I mean, I've told other people this, it's not new, but I like looking at pages, if I have time, I like looking at pages of numbers and columns. I don't know, it's just me, people think you're crazy. But when something jumps out at me, I'm curious as to, well, why does, maybe I don't recognize the vendor. I mean, a lot of things are pretty routine on a monthly, if not almost, week meeting for the warrants. So I look at amounts, I look at vendors, and I get curious if something isn't in line, and that's how I catch things. And more specifically, that's kind of the big picture of how I operate and what is part of my job. But I don't know of any statutory or expected duty of the treasurer to alert commissioners about their budget. I mean, I think that's your job. If you have in your department any questions about your budget, I don't really know what the answer is. The scenario that you are thinking of, I've never seen before.
See, I would disagree with you. Certainly in the letter that we got as far as line reporting is concerned, they defined in there what the treasurer's responsibilities are, and some of it is looking at and identifying where things are not charged properly.
Yeah.
So it's not our job to do that, that's the treasurer's job. We
Well,
can do
You
it.
can always look at your own budget. You probably get a little report of expenses. I mean, and then alert the treasurer, but as to the ability to do anything
Well,
about
so-
it,
so,
I
Madam-
don't have any
Mr.
vote.
Chair?
You have the vote.
May I?
Go ahead.
So how did you find the two that you brought to our, I
Yeah.
got two questions. How did you find the two that you brought to our attention? One was the charge of legal costs to the probate, and the other is that the mission statement process didn't have a budget item. And then we also know that in the budget process, the consultant we had was cut $10,000. How are you gonna make sure that that money is not spent? So two questions. Question, how did you catch those? And then how are we gonna assure that the $10,000 for the consultant is not spent?
Okay.
How are you gonna bring
First
that
of
to our
all,
attention?
The money for the consultant, are you talking about, Mark Roy?
Yeah, I think I
Our-
can't
our
remember, yes,
accountant?
that was part of the budget committee's recommendation.
Well, every month, there will be money, reported as having been expended in his monthly reports to us. And I think, I don't really have an answer yet, but it hasn't happened yet, that he's gone over the amount in the budget. And I think if you look at past years, when, and I don't know if this has been the case in the recent past, but in the past years, under different leadership, put it that way, if within a budget, a departmental budget, if something is gonna go over, then it is within the ability of the department head to ask the commissioners to transfer money from another line within the budget. And that's how it's been handled in the past. And then the other question dealing with, you wanted to know how I found these things. Well, it's like I told you before. If something jumps out at me, the vendor is not familiar, or that it's a strange amount that I don't understand, then I look it up. So if I have time, if you give me time, and not, if there are not a whole other distracting things going on, that's what I really like to do. I like to, I mean, it's kind of weird, but that's why you have accountants and people who like to do finance, because they love doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Pam. So yeah, okay, that was. UT report on roads and bridges. Mr. Lightbody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I assume at this point everyone's had at least a chance to take a look at the report I submitted. And first, I'll just kind of briefly go down through it, and we'll talk about anything, questions, comments you might have. Active open items, those are all pretty much the same. A lot of dealing with phone calls, and hasn't been too bad this summer. A lot of questions about the road work going on, bridge culvert replacements, but maintenance-wise, things have been pretty quiet, and I don't believe we have any active open items at the moment. Maintenance items that have come up past storms. We've been pretty fortunate, I'd say, this summer with what little rain we've had recently, and then this spring, things have held up pretty well. The infrastructure's been good. Some shoulder washouts here and there, but nothing major in terms of, stream washouts or real infrastructure type problems to deal with. So that's been really good. So along with that goes regular trying to develop for the 5-year planning, maintenance, and with the storms, and then just weekly, daily travels, identifying more of how we're going to put this list together. And so I've kind of changed focus a little bit on a overall trying to capture everything all at once, and knowing that we're going to have a couple roads every year that we're trying to focus on, really inventory, say, and I believe here I've called out Baker Hill Road, Lovejoy Road, and Howard Road, for instance. Try to capture, inventory those roads as complete as possible this year prior to next year's construction, and sort of build the maintenance up that way, rather than trying to capture all the culverts on every road all at once. It's a little bit more systematic, efficient approach, and certainly helps me manage sort of the data and the overall end goal a little bit better. So, further moving into more active items, this year, the maintenance work that we've had up to this point includes, I'm going to jump over to the second page, West Freeman Road, just to capture the maintenance items. West Freeman Road has been going on since, oh goodness, I think June. And that one is work that we contracted out last year. It got broke up into a couple different phases or contracts is actually how it worked out, but with a ditching contract and a culvert replacement contract. They started with the ditching at first, and they've moved on to the culverts, which they've just completed the culverts last week. There was originally 6 cross culverts, I believe it was, to be replaced. In the process of doing the ditching work, they discovered 2 more that were just buried. So those also got replaced in kind. Well, those were replaced with HDPE pipes. So everything on West Freeman Road that we're responsible for is now HDPE pipes and sort of current standards. And everything where it was appropriate has been upsized to the next pipe size to keep up with the storms and greater flows that we're seeing these days. So that's West Freeman Road. That road's pretty well complete. I took the opportunity with Fenwick, they did the work there, to try to put together some more better drainage packages and things that we're going to be looking for in the future, including jute mat on ditch bottoms, some riprap, things that I think I can do a better job of for the county, tightening up our specs and making a little bit better, more complete jobs going into them. So I think that's been a real helpful step for me to get a little bit more better data and bids and stuff moving forward for the county, a little bit more complete stuff. And as of today, Fenwick, who happens to have basically all the contract maintenance work from last year, is moving up to Center Road, where we also have similar ditching and culvert replacement work there. That'll begin today. I believe they're up there for the next month or so. Included with Center Road is additional work from over the winter, where we had a section of about 300 feet of road wash out 2 different times throughout the winter. And Tyson Chase, who does our winter maintenance, was able to get some gravel up there and do some temporary maintenance to get us through the spring and summer, knowing that Fenwick would be up there now. So I don't know exactly what that scope, I know what the scope of work looks like, but a dollars and cents value of it right now, I don't have that. But they're gonna take care of that. In part of the big problem that we had with the washouts last year was the drainage, undersized culverts, one in particular, and that's being addressed with part of the drainage work. Anyway, there'll be some mowing and ditch work in Center Road, and like I said, that will be over the next month or so. And that should take care of our contracted maintenance work from last year. And bridge work, Overton Stream. I wrote this last Wednesday, so it's almost a week old, and I've got a couple updates. But that's going real well. That project has gone really well right throughout. There's, after the initial sort of membrane discussions, I don't know if there have been any hiccups.
No.
Certainly nothing that's been brought to my attention, and nothing that costs us any money. So I've been very happy with their progress. As a matter of fact, I believe they're paving today. I went up there yesterday afternoon. Of course, there was nobody to speak to there. But all the paving equipment was there yesterday afternoon. They've got the membrane on the deck. I got pictures of that, so we know we got that. And I expect that that will be done paving probably by this afternoon. I'm gonna head up there when we're done. And traffic, I fully expect that that bridge is open by, say, Friday afternoon. And right now, it's really just, once they're done paving, it's really just clean up. It might be open tomorrow. So I believe they're slightly ahead of schedule, but everything's gone really well, and really happy. I think we've got pretty good value out of that project.
Well, when you get to the point where it's open, please send an email.
Okay.
At least to me, because I've got a lot of clients that are calling around all the time. Clients.
Well, you should let us all know.
Well, exactly, yes.
Facebook page
Yeah.
and all the sites.
And actually, we could probably get something in the paper to say, the road's now open.
Okay. Okay. Quick Stream in Salem. That's going just fine. It's been a little slow lately. I think they're waiting for some blocks, top blocks, and that's slowed them down with doing some of the concrete work and reinforcing as they build up, particularly the top course now. I don't think they're behind. They're just, they haven't been able to gain any extra in their schedule like maybe they'd hoped. And it's just because of materials. Otherwise, the bridge is in place. There is one-way traffic across it. Every night it's open. It's been open for probably a week now. All the approaches are almost fine graded. That's why I say they're probably another few days out from paving, because it's not quite fine graded. They're doing a lot of their erosion control, mulching, seeding lawn areas, rip wrapping as they're coming up out of the stream. All their in-stream work is done. It has been done for a few weeks now. Let's see. That's been, they're temporary, there's no more temporary bridge structures, all that's gone. So everybody, all the residents are traveling with their own vehicles now, to and from as needed. And everything's fine there. It's been a really dusty site. They've done what they can to keep that wet.
Just a little.
Yeah, yeah. And the, goodness gracious, our neighbor, Ruby, I should know her name, I apologize. She's been quiet and tended to as needed, so that's been really, really good. So overall, that one's been fine. George's been really good to deal with. Haven't had any troubles. So no news is good news. I've been happy with the outcome of everything so far, and we're this close to the end. I don't expect any real troubles. I haven't noticed anything billing wise, and nobody's throwing any extras at me. So I think it's been pretty good, what we've expected.
Bob, when, or Amy, the UT budget, you work on that, when do we have to have it in by?
November 7th. We've already sent out the letters to the towns as well as the organizations asking for their appropriation. They're due back at the end of September.
Okay, so when we're prepping the road budget, you won't have your inventory done, will you, for that?
I would think I'd have maybe for the roads that we're doing for next year, but not an overall.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I'll talk to you later. I've got a few things that are, one of them is calcium. I mean, I think we need to start on a calcium program, and after traveling through Ranger Plantation and places like that, they do a great job. I mean, they have a tremendous amount of miles of gravel roads that are dusty, and they seem to have a regular program. And as you know, the Lovejoy Road, all those roads in Salem are just, the dust is ridiculous. It's a pain, but all the fines have just disappeared, so.
That's it, it's a maintenance, long-term maintenance.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I've been up to, on the Stevens Road in Aquasic or Ranger Plantation a whole bunch lately. And it's a world of difference. The roads up there versus ours, there's no question about it.
Okay, great.
I move we accept the UT report.
Second.
Okay, so we move to second. Any more discussion? Okay.
Just a question, calcium, is that a matter of how many residents live on the road, or the condition of the road, or does it help preserve the road in any way?
Preserves the road.
It does.
Yeah. So when you take gravel, the fine material and blows off in the dust, and what you end up is more and more coarse material, rocks, and after a while, your fines go away, and you have better roads like.
So that's where you get the,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, any more discussion? Okay, all in favor? Okay, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Sergeant Close, COSUP, or maybe it's Leanna, COSUP grant update.
Well, they can be both of us.
Okay,
We work together.
I know you do.
Pretty much daily at this point.
Please give us an update.
So I know that there were two things that the commissioners were asking for in terms of updates with the COSUP program. We'll do the quick update, not to take up everybody's time, but it's been suggested that we do a longer, more of a deep dive update, which we were thinking would probably take 2 to 3 hours that we could schedule on a commissioner meeting day to go through each of the things that we are doing on a more detailed level. I don't know if you guys want to look at October or November for that, or if you want to hear the quick update, which may lead to some questions that you have that may explain the reason for wanting to go into a more detailed view next month or the month after.
Probably a quick update, I think would be okay right now, and then, like you said, that may generate some questions.
Sure. So, on the financial side of things, if you recall, we were approved for $1 million. To date, we have spent about $147,629 and some change. That's about 15% of the total award. We've already drawn down $81,456 and change. We'll be doing another drawdown. I don't see Brenda in here. We should be doing another drawdown by the end of the week, this week, which will bring us all the way up to that 147 number. The finances there that we have put out basically covers the 2 CO salaries, including the one that has been full-time with the COSA program, and we're putting a bunch more COs through training right now, which the major can speak to. The medical director stipend, the administrative stipend for our project director and all the administrative stuff for the grant, and the programming reentry coordinator, which, as you remember, I believe the last meeting I explained that she had just graduated from the basic corrections school and did a phenomenal job, considering that she did not apply here to work as a corrections officer. And the corrections school is not a joke. You know, she was put through a very rigorous training program and put through pepper spray, which I think is pretty impressive for a counselor to basically go through in order to be more useful in our jail and understand how our jail operates.
Ryan, can you speak up a little bit?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll also do the update on the extended release buprenorphine shots. Today we've given 14. We anticipate giving 4 more this week. That's been going extremely well. We have hit some obstacles and roadblocks during this process, but the teamwork between the jail, the nursing staff, and the administrative staff that we have been able to clear all of those obstacles out of the way, which has really been phenomenal. We have people who are now being released as part of our reentry program who received long-acting injectable in our jail. And again, that long-acting injectable is medication that is on board a person for an opiate use disorder, giving them time to get to a stable place when they get out from jail. So time to get their housing squared away, time for them to connect with a primary care physician or another physician in order to get that next dose. Which we've been able to connect a few people to now upon their reentry, which is game-changing for what's going on in our county and our state. I will leave the rest of it up to you.
So just some high-level updates. Well, we talked about the correction school and construction. So that's begun, and we're anticipating renovations on the inside in the next couple of weeks. So I guess that's all I have to add.
Sorry.
Do we have a completion date or expected completion date?
So you have 2 simultaneous projects that are being overseen by both the sheriff and the major, as well as Sue Pratt and myself on the financial side. One project is obviously the exterior that everybody can see out the window. The other project is basically taking a 27-foot long, 3-foot wide closet and making that into 3 offices. We're gonna make them a little bit wider than 3 feet though. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to fit in them. So we're gonna be doing that. That's gonna provide space to actually do programming and put some people that we've had working in our jail for years with no office space and actually be able to get them some office space. That project, the inside renovation, that's gonna start in the next, I'd say 5 to 10 days. And that should not take very long, like 4 to 6 weeks. We'll be able to stop boarding people out actually much sooner than that, I think. It's been mostly masonry work that needs to take place, and then they have to do the interior finishes. The exterior project, where they're adding the medical portion of the facility, that's gonna take a significant amount of time, probably towards the end of the year. And some of the hiccups that we have there are things that we can't control, ordering windows. If windows take 5 months to get here, we can't finish it without a window. Apparently, people have an issue with just leaving an open frame in a jail. So those are some of the things that we're working on, but we communicate weekly, if not daily, and we're working our way through it. The cinder blocks got brought today. I believe they're gonna start the masonry stuff on the outside next week.
It's good to see activity. So 15%, tell them drawn down. That's gonna ramp up at some point, isn't it?
It is gonna ramp up. The construction's obviously gonna be a big portion of that. That's gonna be another, 50 to 80, depending on, how many other problems we have. Different things. They couldn't do the excavation when they wanted to because they couldn't find rebar, because tariffs went into play and everybody bought up all the rebar in the country, and so they had to order rebar from outside, things that we just don't have any control over, both on cost and time.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
What metrics would you use in order to say we're successful?
That's a really great question, and I think you should hear from both of us, because I think one of the things that's unique is you get two different perspectives. You get a perspective from law enforcement, and then you get a perspective from public health. I think from my perspective, one of the really important pieces of measurement is being able to reduce our recidivism, the number of people that come in, receive treatment, and then leave. I don't think jails were designed to be rehabilitative and to be places where people receive access to treatment. However, I think when jails were designed, we didn't have the opioid crisis that we do today, and we didn't have the mental health crisis that we do today. So trying to connect people to those resources and be able to reduce them coming back, or at least increase the amount of time between their visits and stays with us, would be a huge reflection on success. And I think another thing would be seeing the reduction in overdoses when people get out, which is when they're most vulnerable. And that's a really hard thing. It's hard for the officers that respond to it. It is hard for the family that's involved, and it's hard for the community in general who loses somebody, especially in the tight-knit communities that exist in our county. Those would be the two big metrics that I would want to see to measure it.
I don't really have anything to add. You did a really good job.
I'll stand there.
The only thing that I guess I would add is this grant allows us to track data, and we've not traditionally been able to do that. So we're looking at, the mental health, the substance use disorder within our jail. We're going to be able to track them over time, not only when they're in the jail, but when they get out, which is a huge difference than what we had been doing before. And I'm really excited about all of the work that we're doing. And I'd be remiss in not saying that we're partnering with the University of Southern Maine to help us with our evaluation of this project. And they're some of the leading experts that I've worked with over the last probably 15 years. So we're gonna be writing about this work that we're doing.
You're under the microscope because a lot of other people
Yeah.
are watching what Franklin County, or I should think what both you and Sergeant Close are doing to see how it works, and I think you're setting the model for other counties to hopefully tackle this issue.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually doing a site visit this week, and I was telling Sergeant Close, I said, we're gonna be the next site visit, so where jails
Really?
come to us.
Oh, really?
Well, not next, but like after our grant's done, I suspect that we will be a place to come visit to see the work we're doing.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both for the outstanding work that you're doing. It's, you're a good tag team, although he seems to take all the podium time.
I know, he likes to talk.
Yeah,
It's okay.
but I mean, you're both doing a great job, and thank you, and keep it up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I would ask you guys to look at the calendar for either October or November, we can continue to give the financial side of things and the high-level stuff, but I know I've been approached by at least two commissioners about wanting to understand more how this is, where we were at, where we're headed, and don't wanna take up everybody else's time and make these.
Don't
long-
wait for us to set a date, and we'll work around it.
Yes, sir.
Far enough out that we can, you know, we never know what the agenda's gonna look like. First part of the week, there's nothing on there, and then by the end of the week, it's this long, so just pick a date, that works for you, and we'll fit it in.
Yes.
Just one more question. I'm wondering if in this process of changing the direction that we're in, if we also look at the physical facility to say, what is it that we need to create for a physical facility that helps, that complements this to a great degree? I think it's fantastic that we're putting a new infirmary in. I mean, that was disgusting that we had it before. But are there thoughts when you're going to visit other sites of how they set up, how they look, where this, actually our counseling takes place, and how have you, is that part of this process?
Yeah, sorry, I gave you podium time, I apologize. The answer is yes, it is part of the process, and it was one of the biggest barriers and obstacles for us to do any of this, because in other jails, like when they're building jails now, they're using kind of a pod structure,
Yeah.
where you can, you don't have to move people outside of the residence area in order to, they have meeting rooms off of it, they have classrooms off of it, where they can do all kinds of different stuff. When the jail was built, it wasn't built with those things in mind, and most jails built like ours in that time frame and earlier were not built that way. So it was one of the biggest problems that we've had. We are basically putting a Band-Aid on it with what we're doing. It's not gonna fix everything. There's still gonna be some challenges in terms of space, in terms of personnel. It's also become more dangerous to work inside of a correctional facility. And to see the changes that have taken place over there with the organization as a whole is a huge credit to Major Daley and the stuff that's been going on over there. The professionalism has gone through the roof, and it is, it's safer. There's no doubt about it. You feel it when you're in there. But it's still a huge problem. We're basically fixing it with what we know how to do and how we know how to do it, and trying not to put the bill on the county, and trying to get us, a few decades ahead of where we've been. But yeah, it's a huge problem.
Yeah.
Well, you also have Penobscot County that's going to be building a new correctional facility.
Made that public?
What's that?
Penobscot, have they announced
Oh,
that?
yeah.
I had an opportunity to meet with Penobscot as well as the vendor that's doing that, and it's actually pretty impressive how they do it. And they, obviously have found a way, almost like the way you prefab a house, they prefab jails now, and then they ship them and then kind of put them together like Legos, which keeps the cost down. But I still don't think anybody wants to know what it costs.
Well, yeah. I heard some numbers. But it'll be interesting to watch how that develops, what it looks like. I'm sure there's gonna be field trips. I already talked to Andre Cushing about when we're in the middle of that, to go look and see what it looks like, and, learn from what somebody else is doing, so.
Well, there is no doubt, it is unequivocal that if you do nothing for the people that come in, the data's there, they're coming back. And that's not helpful to any of us. All it's gonna do is increase our budget, and we're gonna need more cells. That's not helpful to us, it's not helpful to our community, it's not helpful to anybody. So we're trying to figure out with the mental health side and the drug addiction side to try to find some solutions that reduce people coming back.
Great. Go ahead.
Just one other comment, I guess, is that I've had a conversation with several people from the medical community who are very appreciative of what you're doing, because that helps our entire cost to society. If we aren't serving them in the jail, we're gonna be serving them in the emergency room and then in the hospital, and it's gonna be longer-term care with other implications that happens with that. So we appreciate the law enforcement has taken on a whole new partnership with the mental health community and the health community to look at this holistically. I think that's a real credit. And I would hope that when the budget committee looks at this over a long term, we look at what the entire cost is to our community and not just this one line item. because it does have an implication.
Yeah, and some of that research has been done. We can give numbers of what it costs to incarcerate somebody for 8 months and what it costs to get somebody treatment. And I mean, the numbers don't even come close. And I appreciate the kind words, but I do want to remind you that I work for the sheriff. He's directed me to do these things, so it's under his leadership and his direction that we are doing this. And there's a huge team that he has amassed that meets on a monthly basis. And I know Commissioner Gilbert attends those meetings. And so the team that we've constructed here, the team that the sheriff has constructed is the reason why we're moving at the lightning speed that we're moving. So I'm definitely happy to be a part of that team.
I just want to add a little bit more to what Sergeant Post was saying, in actually to make things a bit more informative for you guys. For the past 2 months now, Hart, we've been overcrowded at the jail to the point where we've had to farm out inmates to Somerset County. We've got about 13 over there right now. And this is not a line item that we have in our jail budget at $90 a day, per day, every day since they've been over there. And we're gonna have to find those finances somewhere within our current structure to help pay for that. As a matter of fact, Major Daly and I were just talking a little while ago about looking for grants to possibly add on a pod, a federal grant, something to expand our ability to hold inmates. I don't know what's going on. We have a huge influx of people that just cannot be released because of the violent tendencies, whether that be because it's drug related, whether it's mental health, whatever the reason. Bail's set at $75,000 in some cases. They're not leaving. And we're just seeing an influx, and it hasn't abated for 2 months. And so I'm actually going to be writing to Susan Collins this morning to see what grants are out there available that would allow for an expansion of a pod, what he talked about. When our jail was created back in the early 80s, it was done in linear fashion, the old style, the old way of thinking. Today, whenever they build a jail, they build in pods, so they have fewer amount of corrections officers to watch over a larger amount of personnel. And that's a great idea. And if we can find that funding available to create, additional 12 beds, 13 beds, whatever it takes, we're gonna look into it, see what's out there and what's available. But we've been running this way now for 2 months, and it's not slowing down. We just can't seem to find enough bed space. We got 4 open beds this morning. That's it. We still have a dozen over there right now. So,
Scott, is some of that waiting trial?
I'm sorry,
Most of it.
they're all pre-trial, 90% of them.
Yeah.
90% of pre-trial.
So there's a-
And just so people don't know, pre-trial are the folks who come in, been charged with a crime, they haven't been convicted, but because of the seriousness of their offense, they can't be released, or because of their mental health status and their violent tendencies, we try to find them beds through the system of the state, and can't find forensic bed space for them at either Riverview or the other one up in Bangor. What's that?
I said Katie.
I can't remember what it is. There's 2 of them in the state though, and so we're not the only ones. I mean, all the other jails are going through the same thing right now. So that's the state we find ourselves in these days. It's pretty unusual. I mean, we've had these occasions before when we've been full, but we've never become full and stayed there for an extended period of time. It's really an unusual time for us.
Sheriff, do you think this is happening statewide, or is it just more or less in Franklin County? This 2 month?
It's been going on statewide for quite a while.
Yeah.
I guess it's our turn,
Yeah.
and it's just happening,
Just so you know, I get emails on a weekly basis from the other jail facilities within the state. They're all in the same situation. They're all looking for bed space, and nobody has any more. So it's becoming a situation where inmates are being put on cots in open areas. It's unsafe for them, and it's extremely unsafe for the corrections officers, but it's not just us. It is a statewide epidemic, really, with overpopulation. So.
Yeah, in our max capacity, as you know, is 39, and you say, well, you got 4 open beds. Well, yes and no. What we have to do is when inmates come in, they're classified either as minimum, medium, or max, or if they're females, then again, minimum, medium, or max, right? And so you have to put them in a specific places. So if you did a survey statewide and say, how many open beds are there? And you just used a blanket number. So, okay, frankly, we have 4 open beds. Maybe Penobscot had 10 open beds. Maybe another jail had 15. The problem is when you use that philosophy, it doesn't work because you have to plug these people into their specific categories, you know, according to DOC standards. It's not like the big prison down in where they're Warren, where they're located at, where they can just farm all into and they have a whole bunch of staff available for them. The county jails are different. It's a different animal altogether. So that's where we're at.
Good, good.
Maybe you can't answer this. Is it residents of Franklin County, or is it outside that the ones that are being?
It's a mix. It's a mix of people who create, the people we are holding are people who commit crimes within Franklin County. Do they live here? It's a mix.
I read in the newspaper yesterday that the president is pushing an idea of no cash bail. Would that exasperate the problem for us, or would that in any way impact us?
The problem with no cash bail is this. Once the word gets out in the street that, hey, I can just go to jail, do what I gotta do, and get kicked out, and I'll go out and commit another crime. You'll have the same situation you have in the big cities where while the officers are still at the office writing up the paperwork, the people can go right back out there and commit another crime again. And no cash bail, in the case of misdemeanors, or you, especially when you have domestic violence, especially when you have people who are intoxicated and are violent, and you just release them with no cash bail, they're gonna go out there and commit another crime. I mean, we see it frequently. Sometimes, you know, bail is not intended to be punitive, it's intended just to ensure that they arrive for their next court date, but at the same time, sometimes in the course of a night or a course of a few days, it helps bring down a situation that may be out there. You know, if you release them immediately, it might escalate. So
my impression was no cash bail for even misdemeanors. Was that correct, or was I?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too, and that's not a great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking just like I said, in the big city. That's New York City is what they're talking about. You know, they have that no cash bail issue, and as soon as they arrest somebody, they're right back on the street within 2 hours. You know, committing other crimes. And once the word gets out that that's what's going on, then you lost control. Your officers are just busy left and right.
But wouldn't that fill up our chair with a lot of low-income people that can't raise the cash and who are having misdemeanors?
Well, that's what judges are for.
Yeah.
Let the judges make a decision instead of doing it at the intake level. Let them put the heat on themselves.
So my impression after talking with you in the past is that we seem to have this backup because the judicial system isn't acting quickly enough. Is that still true?
I think they're working at it, but it's a problem that everybody's facing, finding people to do the job. You know, so in Franklin County, we just recently got our prosecutors back. We have 2 prosecutors working within the county now. And then we don't have I don't believe, we still don't have a sitting judge here, do we? Or do we now?
We have a temporary sitting judge that's been temporary for the last couple of years.
Yeah, so, you know, we don't even have a permanent sitting judge here like we used to have back in the day. And they travel around and do their thing. So we have no control over what the judiciary does.
Sheriff, the one thing that I would add that makes this so complicated is a lot of the people that when they get held to a point that they're no longer eligible for bail, it's very rare that it's because they had no criminal history and the one offense that they're being accused of was absolutely horrible. A Class A felony, punishable up to 25 years, like, that's unusual. What happens more often than not is people come in on misdemeanors, they get bail, they have a set of conditions they have to follow. they don't follow them, they get rearrested, they come back in. We had someone 2 summers ago that was on 14 sets of bail conditions, meaning that they had gone into the jail, been bailed out, presumably 14 times. Now, it's really hard if that individual commits a crime and makes a victim, and the victim's looking at me as the officer going, why was this person allowed to come into my home and burglarize my home? You knew. And it's very hard for us. So there's a certain amount of discretion that police officers have as to whether or not somebody gets a summons or whether or not they go to jail. But we also have to understand there's liability in that discretion. So if somebody commits, something that's violent and we don't take them to jail and then they go and do something worse the next day, that's on us.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to make through, and there's a huge backlog. The only way somebody gets that many cases going in that amount of time is the backlog of the time that it takes to process those cases through court. Because everyone, again, is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So it's a multifaceted, complex issue that if I had the solution to, I would be selling books.
And you could also tag onto that saying, well, what if we just make no cash bails for traffic offenses? Well, okay, then you have somebody who continuously violates traffic laws out there and sensibly is very dangerous on the road. They get arrested, they're brought to jail, they're released straight back out again. They will not stop driving because why are they in jail in the first place? Because they either drive intoxicated or they speed excessively or they drive erratically, and they're a danger to the public because they're behind the wheel of a vehicle. So there's no easy fix there, and it's up to the judiciary to sit down there and make those determinations. So yeah, it's difficult, but I wanted to make you all aware of where we are at the jail right now. We've got a lot of good things going on, but we also recognize we have some growing pains over there we need to address, and so we're going to find a way to do it without hurting the taxpayer. I being one of them. So.
Just one last question. Police Academy, I was very impressed when I saw what you're planning to bring to the table. That's an extraordinary opportunity for people to be able to learn about the whole system, not just one piece.
Yeah.
Are you getting a good response?
I don't know where we're at right now. Sergeant Shoreland's one that's in charge of that, so I'm not sure how many people have responded to that. When we hold it, we're going to be holding it right here.
Sure.
And what he's referring to is the Citizens Police Academy we hold right here inside this facility. It'll be the first time we ever held here. And we're hoping to get a large response. That way a lot of these questions can be cleared up. And that's what it's there for more than anything, is to educate the public as to what we do. So we're looking forward to that.
Sure. I believe the last count I had was about 12 people that signed up.
That's a good sized class.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just so you know, I'm a graduate of that.
Yes, he is.
So if you haven't done it, it is well worth it because they bring in excellent speakers that talk, they're actually on the line, whether the handlers of the animals, but it's well worth it. We did it strong.
Yep.
And I just encourage anybody to take that. If you wonder what these guys do, they'll tell you, and you'll really be impressed when you get out.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
And you get to do a ride-along if you want.
That's
I
right.
rode with the chief.
Good discussion. Thank you. Thank you both. Emergency maintenance services. So we've got, we got on-call mechanical, on-call plumbing, on-call electrical, on-call general contractor, and website design bids. You had a suggestion, Commissioner Schofield, on how you wanted to handle this.
I did I? I'm drawing a blank, Mr. Chair.
There's a lot, well, just in the website alone is what, 43 bids? 34, 43, whatever. A lot. Do we want to go through them one by one, or would we want to,
Could we, is it possible to ask the administrative staff to go through them, create a matrix for us, and then bring it to the next meeting?
is that possible?
Sure.
I think it would be, time well spent.
Could I make one other suggestion? That would be that on the plumbing services, apparently there's only one bid. and we're gonna put out the on-call general contractors because we didn't have any bids on that. Could we also work to see if we could get more than one bid from the plumbing by putting that out to bid again?
Not unless you table it, because if we open that bid, it's public.
Okay, so we would table the plumbing bid and put it out to bid again and see if we could get other contractors. Does that work?
Makes sense? Tom?
So I don't disagree, except I think we can do the on-chart electrical, because we gotta go back out, the emergency, the on-call mechanical, we have to. What I'm, the concern I have is that I don't mind putting it into a matrix of the other part. It just seems that one we can do.
What's your wish?
Yeah, that, I make that a motion that that's.
Okay. All right.
So what, you want a motion, Bob, to?
Yes.
So I thought, if I make a motion that we go out to gather more information on the, let me make sure I get it right, the on-call mechanical, the on-call plumbing, the on-call general contractor, and then I'll make a separate question for the web design, that we gather more information on those for the next meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, the motion's been made to go out to, back out to bid on the mechanical, plumbing, and on-call general contractor site. And I think I'm hearing you say, take the website design
I'm gonna
bids.
do, I'll do a separate motion.
Oh, okay, that's a separate.
I think that's the best way to do
Okay,
it, cleanest
all
way
right.
to go.
All right, any discussion? All in favor? All right, we'll get that one done.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we open the on-call electrical services and review the bids.
Okay,
I'll second that.
moved and seconded, discussion? All in favor? All right, let's do that next. We have 1, 2, 3.
You're doing a good job. I think they need to give you a letter.
You notice I handed it to you?
Can we have a letter opener in our budget?
You don't have one, you should carry one. You never want to get caught sending a knife check without a knife, because then you buy the beer.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if you'd like some information,
Okay?
Adrenaline Electric, master and journeyman electricians are billed at $65 an hour, and helper electricians are billed at $35 an hour. Emergency calls are billed at time and a half above the hourly rate. And markup for materials is 30% markup over
Doesn't really say though, does it?
wholesale cost. That's what seems to be what I have here.
Okay. 65, 35, time and a half, 30% markup.
Yep.
Tom?
The IEC is hourly rate for business hours, 7 AM to 4 PM, $85 an hour. Hourly rate after business hours for emergencies, $127.50. Material markup, other than that, just the statement, 15%.
Okay. This is, business again.
Figure this out.
I would note that both Tom and I were already open because I assume they were provided via email, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to do some calculations there.
give us the name?
It's, ES. Bolus Electrical Contractor. ES.
E period S
Yeah,
period.
period, BOULS Company. Let's see, it's just, there's no hourly rate, you can't. There's no way to follow that.
Yeah, I don't see an hourly rate.
Well, materials. Yeah, I don't think they asked for it. I mean, how did they put it out? Just hourly
Yep,
rate?
there was an actual form they were supposed to fill out.
Okay.
So do you want to take a look at that?
Yeah.
So as easy as we thought that was gonna be,
Well, if they didn't fill out the form, does that not disqualify them?
We don't know, because I haven't seen what that form was. I'd probably give it to staff, to have staff
Did you
look
ask,
at that issue.
may I, Bob?
Fred?
Did you ask for hourly rate?
Yes.
And they didn't provide an hourly rate?
Well,
I don't,
they may have, we,
it's probably more than one page and we'd have to go through it, make sure.
I would suggest we do that. So we not,
Till we make a motion, we table then? Make a motion, we table until we can sort out the.
So I would suggest that you check people's references. I mean, we've used IUC before, we've used Adrenaline before, but we've never used the other companies. So if they were to be the lowest bidder, we'd want to check some references before we award the bid anyway. So that would be my suggestion to you as you go through them.
Yeah, it's just, kind of weird how it's,
mm-hmm,
and there could be two men in there, or it could be
Yeah.
two people, or.
all right, well, in the interest of time,
Did we vote on that?
Tom made a motion to table.
I'll second.
Okay, that ends the discussion. Let's hand those all over to,
Only thing I would suggest is it clarify what they have, they have this one thing, time and materials of charges, it shows $266.85 for electronic labor. And for material, they say $137. And that's a sample, so is that their hour, and that was for two people, so that would be $133 per hour. I think, I think that's what it says, but suggest that, we've got a tabling motion, so I'm not really supposed to do
yeah,
this.
exactly.
So let's vote on tabling and then I'll clarify.
All in favor of the tabling? Okay,
If I could, I think what you want to ask them to do is just give us their hourly rates before you spend time checking references, because I think their hourly rate you may find is higher than the other two.
okay, the next one we have is website design bids. It is up high.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we allow the administrator and her group to open those bids and put into a spreadsheet for our evaluation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay. That's good. We'll just keep them right here for safety. Number 8, the Plog Project Stream Bank Stabilization Bid. Well, this is a TIF application, right? It's,
No.
no, we've already done the TIF application, the,
Bob, your bids are underneath the
Website.
website.
the
I
third
tried
floor.
putting everything in order.
of course you did.
Should be like a blue sticky that starts it.
Okay. Yeah, almost. All right, so here's the bids.
You notice how much neater we are opening these
Yours is
envelopes
taped.
on this under the table than they are down there?
No, I wasn't bad.
Well, here's, look at it.
Yours is just scotch taped together. What do you
Well, this
expect?
neatness counts.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to start?
I'll start. I have Fenwick Construction,
Okay,
$364,500.
Is there a conflict? No, no.
364 what?
500.
Okay,
CCC Construction LLC,
yeah,
124,950.
okay.
Next, Vining and Son, $228,577 and $0.
And Jordan Excavation, $248,090.
Can you repeat that, sorry?
$248,090. $248,090.
Significant spread.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Chair?
yes, sir.
I make a motion that we turn this over to our unorganized territory engineer and ask him to look at it because the discrepancy from 125 to 240
Yep.
is pretty significant.
Yep.
So I'd make that as a motion and let him come back and make a recommendation to us.
These two, Vining and Jordan's, were relatively
Close.
in the same ballpark, 20,000 apart. But these, if you throw out the high and the low, the middle ones are in the 230, 40.
Second my motion.
I'll second your
Thank you.
motion.
Okay, now we can have discussion.
Yes.
I was just, yeah.
Just, yeah. You good with that, Bob?
Fenwick's high, Fenwick's high because they're buying material from either Vining or Jordan. CCC, I don't feel good about that. Vining and Jordan, I mean, they're there. I had the most interaction with those two on this whole project too. So I like what I see, I'm just worried about CCC being,
Well,
that's really, really.
There you go.
Yeah. So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think just to be on the safe side, I
Yeah.
appreciate it, but I think you need to go through it and say, make a more specific recommendation as to why. Don't disagree.
So do we vote on that?
Oh, yeah.
All in favor?
Where's my pen?
I didn't take it.
Thank you. This is all of them?
Should have four. You got four?
Yeah. I do.
Mr. Chair,
Sir.
just a comment on Sandy River. Is at some point, we need to, and I know Fenn's working on this, but we have to consider buying these houses out instead of repairing them. Because that river is a young river, and we're gonna do all this work. I mean, go look at what happened in Farmington on the Whittier Road, where they put the barrier out. All they did is move it down to the other side. The difference is that there's more land left to road there before you get to the roadway. So we do these things to protect it. We bury this, it's gonna go across the way and create something. You know that as
That's the
well as I.
discussion we had when we stood there, and they were just pushing the problem down the road. I guess the issue is, Quags came to us and pleading, and they did get, help through the, NRCS, yeah, so, we're just following up on that. I think in the future, absolutely, Tom,
Yeah, I was here when they came in November and talked to you guys. I think you made the right decision, there's no question about it. However, in the future, I think our conversation, if that happens, needs to ask the question about, can we use TIF money to help buy it out, if it's in our territory and our responsibility?
I agree, and it's sad, but the Plog building is old, and it's really not worth the money that's being put into it, in my humble opinion. But I think we've made the commitment, but I agree with both of you, that going forward, we need to really look at this.
Bill, did you have a comment?
I did, if I could speak to you, please.
Bill sits on the TIF committee, so he's been reviewed this, so.
I do, and I have sat on your TIF committee since its inception. I've always enjoyed doing it as a volunteer and will continue to do it until someone tells me stay home and let someone else do it. And I believe this was on the TIF agenda, reviewing some of the applications for funding going forward. And I would say to you that I don't know the current members of that Plog family. I certainly knew the early members. Good family, well-deserving of whatever needs to take place there. And I appreciate what they've tried to do. And I don't suggest it's the wrong thing, but I think if you don't take a hard look at what you're doing, once this one gets approved, you're gonna have everybody and his brother along every stream in the state and the county looking for the same help. Why did we not go to FEMA? Why haven't we used those funds? The federal government, FEMA rebuilt New Orleans how many times? With yours and my tax dollars. This is coming out of your tax dollars. And I think you ought to take a harder look maybe at where your money's come from. And even you talk about buying up the properties, that's not a bad idea at all. You look at the problems that's created these issues, it's bed load. Bed load in streams that don't have banks, that build up so much the water can't stay in the channels and it does the damage. It comes from two things. Excessive development. I lived that world in Carabasset Valley for many times. I've watched the bike path in Carabasset Valley wash out 3 times. FEMA has come back every time and approved the money to fix it in a half-assed manner, excuse my language, and it's no different here. And excessive wood cutting. You and I look at that same situation, Bob, every day of our lives. And if you don't maintain some mechanism for protecting the tree growth that goes on around these streams, i.e. buy it up, put covenants on it, resell it, wouldn't be a bad idea. But you gotta find a way to get it done so that everyone benefits, but not by the wrong methods. That's what I would say.
No, and I think you're right. This whole issue came to us a year after the flood. I mean, it wasn't right away.
Yes.
And I think they did apply for some FEMA, but I don't know if they were too late, or Amanda could tell us, but for some reason, it didn't qualify. And if you look at it, and Tom actually called me long before this happened, he said, have you been upstream of their place in Madrid? Because that's gonna come in Route 27. And I said, yes, I've seen it. And I talked to the guy from DOT, and he said, yeah, we're aware of it.
I rode up there yesterday because I had missed the meetings that the TIF committee talked about. And I wanted to know in my own mind what was going on. And I tried not to be nosy, but it's not hard to tell what has gone on and what will continue to go on if you don't address it, you or someone. It doesn't necessarily have to be this group, but it needs to be taken care of. And I've always been for protecting woodlands too much. And you know that, Bob, you're my forester. I don't like to cut trees, but excessive cutting with modern day equipment moves a lot more wood down off a hill than a man with a horse and a buggy or an old skidder. So it's not going to get any better until we all step forward and say, hey, let's put some, you could buy some of those lots up, put some restrictions on them, resell them, and still be well ahead of the game with the monies you're going to spend over the next 20 years doing this very issue. So something to think about.
The discussion, we had the discussion standing there on that site that day, because we did a field visit there, part of our commissioners meeting, and we said, so what about the guy down, and there was somebody upstream that actually had a request, and their building is actually in the channel. I mean, it starts on the edge and it's in the actual channel. And we said, you know, it's gotta be a year-round residence, it's gotta be in the UT, so we were trying to pull not make it restricted, but try to pull it in, the circle of opportunity
Yep.
in a lot tighter.
Yep.
But, and like Fen said, one of the Sandy River meetings is that, maybe we should bind up this property and just saying, there it is. We don't build on it, we leave it. He said, make a park. I said, we don't have to make a park. Just,
But bench on it. So, Mr. Chair?
yes.
Just a question. So we're looking at this value now of $248,000. That house is not worth $248,000. But if we turned around and said, that's the price, can we use TIF money to say, we don't want to repair this, we just want to buy it, because this is not going to solve your problem. You're going to get another bad storm, and even though you harden this up, you're still going to have, are we allowed to buy property for recreation?
I'm not sure that answer.
Like, that's something that we probably could, and if not.
It's worth looking into.
It's worth looking into,
But
and it's worth writing in the TIF so that we can cover that.
But the 200,000 is coming from.
I know, but
yeah.
that's, remember what Billy just said, that's our money, that's taxpayer.
No, I
money.
understand, but if you've worked with the NRCS or USDA, it's a whole different set of rules.
No, I agree. What I'm saying is if you go down path one, is you do this. Path two is say, thank you very much, we're gonna use the money we put away for TIF to buy this property for whatever that amounts are. So we're not gonna take, so we're making ourselves make a choice. What we need to clarify is, can we buy that property to create it as some recreational opportunity? Even if you put a bench down there, or whatever, I don't know that, I don't know the TIF well enough to see whether we can do that or not. I think we should look into it.
You should.
This is a good place to do that.
Thank you. And while I'm standing here, very briefly, just to switch gears, I have mentioned a couple of times to your road commissioner that, speaking of trees that ought to be cut, that there's a pine tree, an ash tree that stands on the Freeman Ridge Road. It's been there probably since I was a kid, I don't remember. It's well past its life expectancy, and it's gonna hurt someone. And I'm told that it may not be believed that it's my tree or the county tree. I know that's a 40-foot right-of-way up there, and that tree is gonna hurt someone. Could be my wife, could be your wife, it could be others. And I just want that on the record, so God forbid it does, so that I haven't not said something to you, and I don't wanna keep bugging Buzz. Thank you.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Ben, did you have a question?
Yeah, looking at that property, doing this hardening of the bank, does that help save the highway, or does that help protect that land? It is to our advantage, or if we did nothing, we'd be better off. That's the question, I guess.
Well, upstream, they'd have to do work to protect the highway, because it's coming into Route 4, it's not far away. It's actually closer to Route 4 than it is the Plug property.
Yeah.
If you look at it now, but, and when you talk to DOT, it's like, yep, okay.
Yeah. So would it be in our best interest to have a conversation with the Plugs before we sign the USDA contract to say it is, and to investigate whether or not we can use the TIF to buy the property, possibly make this improvement, give Mr. Plug a life estate, but buy the property so that he can have whatever value there is to pass on to his heirs, and have that all be part of this one agreement? Because we're putting a substantial, I realize we've made a commitment, we aren't gonna back out of it, but we're putting a substantial sum of money into that, and I would rather not put that money in and find that property escalates in value, and we can't do anything with it in
Well,
the future.
yeah, and I think he wants to pass it on to his family. I mean, I think he's got children, correct?
He's got his daughter, that's the one that came to the meeting with, no, it's his sister.
Sister, that's his sister. No, there's a son, I believe, that's,
There's several sons.
okay. And thinking, okay, well, we're gonna hang on to this and this, so it might be a little
So
bit.
I just wanna, there are ways for you guys to buy the property using TIF funds. You have to use it in a specific way to make it, for public access, for recreation of some kind, because it has to be associated with the TIF. If you made it to a park, there's already a byway, like, I don't think you really wanna do another one, but that's an option as well. But you signed a contract with Resource Council of something.
NRCS.
And to do the project, so I think we're kind of committed, like, we've got 25% of this into the TIF, but the rest of it's coming from the federal government, and they've earmarked this project, so, I think at the time we discussed with, Adam, that the total project was 250 or 225 or something. I think these numbers are a little higher than that, so we're now looking to dip into the TIF for all the permitting costs, and I don't know what that looks like, associated with the project. So, there are some questions about how we're gonna fund those costs of this project, but it certainly seems like, Vining's, bid of 228 is somewhere in there, and I venture to guess how much the permits cost, through Army Corps of Engineers and, the DEP. I don't know, I suspect it's probably substantial. So we would have to figure all of that out, before we're, digging in the stream bed, but we did sign a contract, you guys authorized the chair to sign a contract with NRCS.
So is it worth the phone call to them to say, we're considering something as an alternative to this, to say, we did sign a contract? I mean, if I'm sitting there as that contract, I'm looking at that 248,000 or whatever it is I might be better off spending that at another location that right now I'm earmarked to go to you, but if you're willing to say you may not.
I think you probably need to have a conversation with the Plogs before we do any of that, because we've made a commitment to them.
Okay.
And stating that we were going to stabilize this bank and save their home.
I guess I'd be interested to see exactly what that motion was, because I know that we had a lot of conversation about, do we sign a contract right now committing ourselves to 30 years worth of supporting that to make sure it doesn't, the cost is on us? Do we sign a contract now and we don't even know what the total cost is? Because they said, this is the amount we're gonna put up, and you have to put at least 25% and any cost over that amount.
Well, I think the motion was to get bid so we'd know what it was.
I think that's right, I think that's right.
So we said we're not gonna sign up until we know what the total cost, because if they were all $300,000,
We made a motion to proceed with the process. I think we left it was a little bit vague.
A little bit of wiggle room.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
and you don't even know if your TIF is gonna be active in 30 years. When you cover the cost for those monies you've committed today going forward.
So let's be really clear about this, because when we had the meeting with Adam, Adam said, yes, but you can reapply. So, yes, we're committed to making sure this bank is stable for 30 years, but if it fails, because it's Mother Nature, you have eligibility to reapply for the funds and do it all over again. So I don't wanna scare the public into thinking that, oh, we're gonna have no help and the TIF's gonna have to pay for all of this. That's not what was communicated to us during that field trip. And that we have an ability to reapply for the funds if this doesn't work, but they felt like this engineered specification was going to work for this location.
So let's get some action items. I think you're right, Amy, we have to talk to the Plogs first. And can you do that?
Hypothetically, Mr. Chair.
Sure, I can do that, but I think they're gonna wanna come talk to you.
Okay.
I think they're gonna have a lot of concerns about this.
Hypothetically, Mr. Chair, if we made an offer to the Plogs with a lifetime tenancy, then we would have that property at the end of that lifetime tenancy. That might be something they might be interested in. They would have some money in hand. The continue to live there. They're both elderly.
It's just him that lives.
Just him, just-
She
yeah,
doesn't.
she lives in
Right,
West
that's right,
Palm.
he,
Yeah.
I mean, he's, I don't know how old I am, and I don't have 30 years left. And he's at least my age. Something like that. I think that, I don't know how far down the process we are, but that might be a solution.
So that's one question. The second question would be to talk to NRCS to see whether contractually we're obligated to continue to do this.
Yeah. How far down the?
I can talk to Adam because I get his number on my phone. I do about stuff with the NRCS, so. What's your wish?
I would make a motion that we gather a bit more information on this particular project at the same time that Bob looks at the bids, so we have that in hand.
Okay.
Because the third option is do what we said we were gonna do all along,
So the two options are.
buy them out.
Make an offer to the Plogs to buy out and contact Adam to see our commitment.
And then that's one, and then two is to look at the bids, because if we go down that path, we wanna make sure we have the right one identified. Yep.
So I'm sorry, I had to step out for a minute. So, okay, so we've accepted all of the bids and we made a motion to give that to the UT supervisor. And now we're discussing, because I believe the TIF project is the PLOG project that's coming to you in the next agenda item. That was sent to the committee back in June when we finished. You guys signed off on it and we sent it to them. So are we tabling that?
That's ultimately, I think we would table that.
Okay, let's,
So we kind of blended the two items together.
yes, we're jumping ahead, so we can table that, but let's finish up what we have right here, an offer to the Plogs, talk with NRCS, and then, well, look at the,
Well, should that be, actually, doesn't matter, but isn't we really, that conversation, we're talking about the agenda item called TIF project application, we're gonna table that based on gathering this more information. So we're actually addressing that. We were interested in the first one, but the bids by giving it to Bob. So this would be a separate motion which would address what Jamie just brought out. Now we're gonna do these certain steps before we make a decision. And then we should let the TIF committee know that that's what we're following up to do. Does that make sense?
say it one more time.
Okay, so we're actually jumped to the agenda item. We finished the first agenda item because we've asked for a review. Okay, so we're good there. So we actually have moved to the second agenda item in our conversation. So that the motion would be simply that we're going to table that as, and that would be a tabling motion, and then I'll explain what we're gonna do. So I make a motion, we table the TIF project application.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
And then, Mr. Chair, I think our next steps would be to prepare ourselves by gathering the information that you've outlined about buying it out, the problem with the contract, and a conversation with the Plogs about what they want to do. And that would be gathered for us for the next meeting.
I guess I'd also like to just see in writing what that motion was that we actually made.
Yeah, good point, good point. Good point. Did you get that, Jamie? Okay.
Everybody know how many, we know how many acres that property is by any chance? 9?
7, 8, 9. something
So
like
it's
that.
less than 10 acres?
Yeah.
There's more than that one time.
Well, it's getting smaller, yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit of shore frontage. Okay, so that's been tabled, we can move on, correct?
Yeah, and just, may I, just a comment, but Billy said that everybody above him will probably start asking the same question. Well, if we've set a precedent for what we're gonna do, we may have a solution to do that, to buy them out. Say, we need to make this part of a greenway on the Sandy River.
Well, and again, it's gotta be year-round residents. Because if we do everybody's camp on the Sandy River, we'll own the Sandy River.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well, we're talking about year-round residences.
Yeah, okay.
so,
Good clarification.
There's a couple of camps right there that are practically falling in that I wouldn't want to own.
Yeah.
Those were built right on the edge of the stream to begin with. The Plogs property at least had 100 feet or more
Yeah.
between it. The others that we looked at were already right on the edge of the,
Great.
there is a little difference.
Okay, TIF scholarship. Where is it? This is for Mr. Marble. I can't find it. Oh, it's under here.
It's in the flower folder.
Oh, flower folder, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we have a TIF scholarship in the amount of $6,800, I believe it was. $6,800 to attend CDL driving school at Region 9.
You're the only one with the application.
Hmm?
You're the only one who's got it.
Yeah.
I make a motion we approve it.
Second.
Trust you.
Moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor? Okay. Sheriff Office request.
Morning, gentlemen. It is still morning, not by much. 3 years ago, under the leadership of Amy and the administrative offices, we actually established a equipment capital account to prepare for some of the equipment that we have to replace on a regular basis so that we weren't spiking our budget from year to year, and that when we do encounter an issue where we need equipment, that there's money there to go to. We've had 3 of our mobile laptops that have failed in the last 2 months. So I'm looking to replace 6 of those this year. We did go out and do competitive bidding. We are recommending the bid for Telrepco, which you should have all 3 of those, and Telrepco was the lowest bidder. And that's the ones we've used. We've used them for a dozen years, I think, 12, 13 years since I've been.
Are those tough books?
They are Panasonic tough books, yeah.
Make a motion we go with Telrepco.
Second.
And do they need to do anything specific that comes from the capital equipment line?
From the capital equipment line.
Reserve account.
Reserve account.
Second.
Okay, second.
Motion's been made to award the quote from Telrepco for $22,769 to be paid out of the capital equipment reserve. Question.
David, what's the life expectancy of these things? If you get any idea?
5, 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, typically, for any computer, you're looking 3 to 5 years. Here,
Yeah.
we try to stretch it as much as we can, so we're usually on that 5 or more end.
Yep, yep, thank you.
These have probably been around for 10 years.
Some the ones we bought 12 years ago are all phased out. I think we've got one of those from 10 years ago is still
They're not
in
even
operation.
supported anymore, probably.
And that's one of the things that we're looking at is
Yeah.
the support, the software, whether or not it can even be updated. We did look at some other options. Other than going new, we looked at some refurbished ones again. There wasn't a big difference in the price between the refurbished and the new.
Yep.
Dave, they'll, the mounting hardware, the docking station, all in it?
So part of the bid here does replace the docking stand, the top portion of the docking stand, so that's the mount portion of itself that goes into the vehicle will
Yeah.
stay the same. The laptop base just comes off, that goes back on. We did have them quote new power supplies, because the power supplies on some of these are 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. And those, if they haven't failed, will fail before too long. So we just wanted to get new everything.
And that's all?
That's all part of
the total?
That's part of the
Okay.
cost. Yep.
How does that play into the new ones, new vehicles?
So, so we're looking at 6 of these. We've got 4 new vehicles. I've got to look at to see who has the 3. So like I normally have a laptop. One of my sergeants has given up his laptop, and I can't remember who the other. One of the detectives I think no longer has a laptop because we've had 3 on patrol that have failed. So we've taken hours that were still working and put them back out on patrol. So I don't know whether 3 of these may go in new vehicles. 4 of them may go in new vehicles, and then we'll rotate other ones back out to go other places. It's,
We approved some equipping of the new cars, so I didn't know.
So this would not be a portion of that. The install of the mounting equipment for the laptop would be part of the upfitting for the vehicle, but the actual replacement of the laptop is not part of that annual or when we replace the vehicle. That's a separate cost. We try to recycle as much equipment as we can from one vehicle to the next. We are fortunate this year that the cages from the Explorers will go from last year's model to the new model. Ford didn't do what they typically do and make big changes, so we have to buy all new equipment this year. So that was nice.
So we've had a motion, seconded, any more discussion? All in favor? All right. And the next one.
Likewise, also, we have purchased in the past some thermal monoculars, which allow the deputies to be able to see into the night, to see a thermal picture into the night, whether we're at a car crash looking for somebody that may have been thrown from a vehicle, we're on a perimeter of an operation at nighttime, watching for safety to make sure there's not somebody sneaking up on us, while we're setting up on a search warrant or something, or whether we've got somebody that's fleeing from us, and it gives us the ability to look into the night for our safety. So again, we've got some of these that they're starting to fail. They're 5-6 years old. We found out when they started to fail. We reached out to the vendor we purchased them from. The batteries in them are not replaceable. So once they won't take a charge anymore, they are scrap. So we're looking at same thing, replacing 4 of those this year. And that would give everybody in the agency that's on patrol on a regular basis either the opportunity to have either night vision or thermals, one or the other. We don't have enough from both for everybody, but everybody will have something.
I expect this technology's improved in the last 5 or 6 years too, generally.
I would hope so. I know battery technology certainly
But
grows
the
by leaps
visual,
and bounds, but
even the visual,
right.
the
Yep.
image probably is better.
How come, curious, it's not like a head mount?
No, they're handheld monocular.
Is there a reason why you don't go to a head mount?
Because we don't issue helmets, and with the
Well,
opportunity.
and not just, I didn't know if there was a different type.
Yeah, so I mean, typically we do have ballistic helmets. Not everybody has one. The equipment to attach to that ballistic helmet to go to a monocular would be, I think those monoculars are probably 4 to 6 times more than what we're paying for these.
I was just thinking like safety, if you just,
Yeah, and again, so we're typically, I mean, if we're out there, I mean, you've got one hand free, you're kind of scanning around, while your other hand's where it needs to be.
Yeah, remember, you can see, they can't.
Yep.
Usually.
That's the hope.
So, are these new ones, can you replace the batteries?
They are not. They are the same thing. It's a 5 to 7 year life expectancy, and you're replacing them again. Not much different than a laptop. They just expire.
That's to keep you coming back to the well every 5 or 6 years.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, there's three quotes here. Johnson & Hicks is the company we originally bought them from in California. They again came in with the lowest quote by $1,500 and change for $7,999.95.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to award the quote from Johnson Hicks for $7,999.95 to be paid out of the capital equipment reserve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, let's do one more and we're gonna take a little break. Opioid committee structure.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
So as you recall, we restructured the opioid committee, Leanna's left, but Sue's here. We restructured the opioid committee as we came into being in the beginning of the year, and did it very successfully, where we got a number of members that we wanted to carry through, and we also worked with the University of Southern Maine to develop our program, which is an actual objective scoring system that at the end of the day, you rank on the various criteria that we established. It works so well. Thank you so much for 2 weeks ago when you approved the little bit of money we did approve to go forward. And we all went into the meeting thinking it was gonna take us hours to go through these things, and within an hour, we had gone through seven applications, some of which we rejected, some of which we asked for more information, and one of which that we awarded, and you agreed with our assessment. In doing this, it's become obvious to me that I think we need to now that we have a very truly objective way to determine how to award these bids. Because you put a point value on it, and at the end you tally it up, and then you compare it to everybody else, you talk about it, and you make a decision to go forward. I would like to change the structure of the committee a little bit, not to add people, but number one, I would like to allow the hospital and the sheriff's office apply for money. Now, Ryan and I kind of went around this, he said the sheriff doesn't want it. Well, I'm looking at it as if there's a gap in some of the programs that they create. We have this money, they can come and apply for it just like everybody else. Ryan could be in the room, but we might chase him out when we vote. Doesn't matter, but it gives them the ability to make sure the programs they have in place stay in place, because we're gonna see a lot of money coming at us in this project. And the second is the hospital. The hospital has programs, and you have been invited to go to the recovery center. If you haven't gone, I went way back when. It's powerful what they're accomplishing. So have them to be able to apply for some of the money. So we just have to change our bylaws to allow that to happen. And I would like your approval, I guess, ultimately to do that. And then the second thing is really important, because I would like to, with the opioid money, ask Sue to be our facilitator and pay her for her time. ARPA's about to come to an end. We have the money to do that. She's given us a list of the things that she would be involved in, and if you have questions, you can ask Sue. But that gives us somebody besides Jamie, who's got 1 or 2 or 27,000 things that she has to do. And it would be easier for Sue to be the facilitator to gather those applications, get us into a meeting and facilitate that. And then Jamie, I would not like to have leave the committee. I'd like her to stay as a member of the committee, as a voting member of the committee, because she brings in a different perspective that we don't have. So those are the things that I would like to do, and I think the committee all agrees with those things. I just would like your permission to move ahead with it.
So, go ahead. You're looking for a motion?
Yes.
For that? But I will move that we do as you just described, Sue being part of the administrative. Yeah.
Administrative team on this one, and the changes. I second.
Okay, good. So moved and seconded for all the above. Early on in the opioid committee, it was specifically said not to allow the hospital and not to allow the sheriff's department in for some obvious reasons. Now, I'm not opposed to it, but I want to make sure that we're not crossing a line that we talked about before. Amy?
So the bylaws were originally approved by the commissioners. So if you're going to change your bylaws, those need to come back and the commissioners need to approve the bylaws. And we did that in a way so that we could let the committee members know what their authority was. And it was top down from the commissioners who then approved the funds as a recommendation. It's an advisory group. So I think if you're asking to do this, that this needs to come from the commissioners and that the bylaws need to be changed in a public meeting to allow for what you just described.
That's fine. I just, that's what I would like to do, so you can table it. Brian wants to say something, but we can table it until later, until the next meeting. We're gonna meet right after this to do some stuff that we have to do.
So in other words, if I got this right, in order to include the sheriff's office and the hospital, we would have to change our bylaws. So we could do that at the next meeting. We put it on the agenda. Is that what I'm getting? Okay, absolutely.
Ben?
So what was the thinking about excluding the hospital and the sheriff's department?
I don't know, can you remember?
I do remember.
Go ahead.
You're talking about two agencies that are very largely funded, and you're talking about a very small pot of money. And you're also talking about two organizations that are very good at writing grants, as you can see, based on the funding that we've brought in. So it wouldn't be fair to compete against other people. Not only that, we work with the people who are making those decisions on a weekly, if not daily basis. That's the history behind it. Now, I will also say that over the last several months, under Commissioner Saviello's leadership, my attitude has changed towards that, and I think that when he said that the sheriff has said we don't want it, I don't have any intentions on applying for it at this time. But I do agree with Commissioner Saviello that there is work that is being done under the umbrella of the hospital. For example, the recovery center that is losing funding left and right because of the changes that are happening on the federal level, that when we were having these discussions a few years ago was never on the horizons. So there are some significant changes that are happening, and when Commissioner Saviello says that this is something that everyone on the settlement committee agrees with, he is correct, absolutely. We would like the opportunity to have that there, and if Amy says that we need to change the bylaws, then that would be my suggestion as well. Our goal with the sheriff's office is the sheriff has directed us to go out and get the money that is not coming into our county that should be. And some of you have been privy to some of those conversations, finding out where we have been funded but haven't been receiving the money. And that's been hurting the people in our county, and that's been hurting our tax base. So we're going out there and we're looking for that. This is money that's already here, so this money is intended for the community, and we're letting that happen. But if something were to change and they were to cut funding for something that we absolutely needed, we would apply on an emergency basis. So I do agree with the commissioner that we should have that process in place should that ever happen. But we don't have an intention of doing it at this time.
Are you getting enough requests?
We had
Yeah.
7.
Yeah, we are getting enough requests. The other thing that we never anticipated is getting national organizations requesting from us. We have requests from Texas, Virginia, Oregon, basically applying to do several different things, but they are also applying with professional grant writers. So their grants score pretty high. But this is why you have the team that you have to vet these things to ensure that we're not getting smoke screened and funding something out of county, out of state that may not benefit our area and our community. It's working the way it's supposed to. Everything he said is 100% right, and I'm very privileged to be able to be a part of that committee. So.
The only thing I would add is one of the committee, an underlying conversation is what is the benefit to Franklin County?
Absolutely right.
Franklin County residents. So that's been ongoing from the beginning.
And I would suggest, based on what Sue said, I'm not sure how the bylaws read, but that should be in the bylaws.
It is in the
It is
bylaws.
the bylaws. So, but it,
Well, the other big reason that we keep saying no is that every state organization that either by statute or by purpose is supposed to be funding the county and the jail or the sheriff's office with some, they're not. And when they don't, they say, oh, why don't you go back and go get your opioid settlement funds for the county? They're trying to get us to supplant that funding that they're supposed to fund us and take it away from the organizations that really need it. like the ones that we're currently funding and the ones that are gonna be applying. So that's an internal fight, and that's why the sheriff has said, well, we're not using that money. We'll take the money that you're budgeted by the state to fund whatever program it is, and we'll do it the correct way.
And Mr. Chair, also modifying the bylaws, I would suggest that we say that if the sheriff applies for one, they have to abstain from any voting.
Yeah.
That's a
Sort of
given,
that's in there.
but that's
anyway.
just make sure that we have that.
I think I have an electronic copy of the bylaws.
Amy?
So when we first established the opioid committee, we went into this a little more naively than we have recently, and we allowed folks that were on the committee to apply for the funds, and the amount of underlying turmoil that caused within the committee cannot be understated. I have a little bit of concern about allowing us to apply for the funds. I understand the need. I want the money to go out to people, but during the prior committee, there was a lot of inner fighting because they were fighting amongst each other for the same pot of money. It's the same group of people that are applying for this money. These small nonprofits that are trying to do good works in the community, and they're all applying for the same pot of money, and they can't compete with Maine Health, and they can't compete with Franklin County Sheriff's Office or Corrections. So that is the reason why when we came back and said, hey, these bylaws need to be rechanged, we knew that we were gonna have 2 sitting members, and we said we weren't going to, allow them to compete with some of these smaller Kennebec Behavioral Health and Western Maine Community Action and the folks that were gonna apply for some of these funds because of that. I just wanna give you backstory so that you generally understand what happened to the situation amongst that committee that created some of the issues that we had there. And I wanna avoid that in the future.
Let me respond to that. This is, maybe has some carryover from some of the other members, but we don't have that. And number one, we are very communicative with each other. That could change, I guess, if committee members send, but I don't think so. And the second thing is we have an objective way of actually calculating this. You can actually go to the website, our website, and it says, and you can go on there. You have to fill out the blanks, but you'll see what we do. And certainly, we can bring it in the packet next time so you can see what we evaluate, because it's pretty significant. And we try to match it up to exactly what is allowed to reward this money to do that. And keep in mind, if sheriff functioning committee that has a process that we follow, I understand Amy's concerns because I got looped into some of that way back, but I don't have that right now. That's why I think we can do it. And I think if you say that they can have to recuse themselves, they don't even fill out the scorecard if they want to go in, I feel comfortable that we can do it properly.
How many members are there?
5.
5.
Yeah, and if you add Jamie.
Jamie, myself, Sue, Orion, and Sue Austin, and Leanna, 6.
I don't vote.
So you don't vote.
5 voting members, okay.
I don't vote yet either.
But you will become a
Yeah.
voting member
Yeah.
on this one, yes.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned, you get a vote.
Okay, so.
I would say, I'd make a motion, we table.
Okay. You second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion,
Didn't you have a motion on the floor? You ought to rescind that
I get,
first.
yeah, well, that's what we should, you're right.
yeah, you're right.
So you have to rescind your motion.
I will rescind my motion, the original motion.
I didn't second it, so I don't know who did. Who seconded it?
You did.
I did? Oh, I rescind my second.
Okay.
Now I make a
All right.
motion to table.
All right,
I will second.
okay, then. All in favor? Good.
And
Can I
I
ask a
think the idea would be is,
What will happen now that this is tabled?
Sue and I will work on revising the bylaws to bring into you to vote on at the next meeting.
Yep, yep.
Okay?
All right.
And we will also vote on Sue being administrator.
That's correct.
Correct.
At the next meeting.
Yes.
And adding Jamie,
And adding Jamie as a voting member. Yep.
okay.
So, just out of curiosity, if two of the voting members are also, could be grant applicants, is something gonna happen in the bylaws so that you don't have a conflict?
Yeah, you just put down that they have to abstain from voting. That's already in there,
We'll make sure that
spelled out.
Cover all the bases. Okay. Amy?
So when we established this committee right before you guys took over as five, we had a process to get on the board. You had to fill out an application, you had to go through an interview process. I suggest that you put another ad out for committee members, because that way, you know, Jamie's more than welcome to apply, but you're allowing other people to as well. I think you should stick to the same process. If you're gonna go, you know, you're gonna make changes, I think you should stick to the same process. Maybe nobody else applies, but we did go through an application, there was an interview process to get on this board.
Right.
And I think that you should stick to that. That's my recommendation to you.
So
Go ahead.
I'm still stuck on this idea about what you originally said, and even though you have an objective system that has a point system, it is subjective, because the people that are looking at that are making their own judgment. And if I can make that judgment, and I also can get some money, even though I might be the most objective person in the world and have the highest sense of ethics, the community will look at that and say, huh.
I think you have to look at the application before you say that, because we actually have criteria to give it as a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5, and it's well spelled out in that. So it meets the criteria, it says how many of the objectives it meets, how many of the community does it serve, I can't remember the specifics, but each one of them has its own very specific determinations. Sue, you wanna say something?
No, I just want to say, I think we can word things to take care of some of that, and abstention from them in that review would be appropriate. And so we actually accept applications once a quarter. So, you know, I don't know how many we'll get next time. This is the first time in a year we've accepted applications. We had 7, so.
And they all didn't come into the last minute too.
Right,
We
the
were
last
at
day.
0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then they rolled in.
Okay, so
We've tabled this until.
So you got an idea, we'll work
until all
on
this
it.
we
together.
tabled, but the whole application process, I think Amy's right, you know, if we,
Individuals, right?
you know, if we circumvent the process and just say, okay, Jamie's on there.
So is Jamie assigned to that as an administrative assistant?
Yeah.
So fine.
I think that you should just have her apply.
Okay.
And we can open it up to other people if they're willing to, and then you do an interview. But I think that you need to follow the process. That's what we did for everybody else.
I think last time we only posted it on our website. I'm not sure we put out an ad.
Yeah.
I think we put it a press release.
Did we do a press
Yeah,
release?
I believe so,
Okay.
yep. Yeah.
I do remember that.
I know it was on our website, so.
Is there a certain number that that the original, like, there's 5, or can you go 7?
I wasn't.
So
You know what I mean?
We had more the first time.
I think,
We cut
we
it back.
went in very naively, okay? We were the
Yeah.
only ones doing this, and it was kind of a thought that it was more the merrier, not, the folks that were working together actually had rapport. And that became problematic over time. But I'm not saying, I'm just saying that I think that now you have an established committee. I think maybe 1 or 2 of the commissioners should be on the interview panel. The committee should interview the folks that are going to be placed here on out, so that you will understand what the report would be. I'm not saying anybody else is gonna apply, but I think that you should allow.
Open it, okay.
Well, fine, I mean, I'll serve on it as the commissioner, because I'm the chair of the committee. And Sue, I would hope that you would serve
Oh,
on
yeah.
it, serve on it too. Maybe Ryan might serve on it as one of the members of the committee, and someone else.
I think we had the whole committee.
No, we didn't have a
We had,
committee.
we didn't have
Remember,
a
we
committee,
had.
Right,
that's
that's
right.
right.
We banned the
I was
committee.
on- I
That's
was-
right.
Yeah, Bob, you were on it.
That's right. Well, certainly we can do interviews.
Yep.
I like the idea of opening it up.
Okay. we need a motion for that?
No, I think that that's what we do.
Okay.
And then you guys can work on the bylaws to
Okay.
allow for the additional member.
Good. Okay. All right, can we take a 10-minute break?
Thank you.
No, he's older than Patty.
You think older than Patty?
Yeah, he's older than. Make a quick change in the agenda. We have to do an executive session with the labor negotiations teams. We'd like to do that because it'll take us 5 minutes and we can get Brad on here. This is like the 5th time he's had to wait to the end of the meeting for this stuff. So we're gonna move that we go into executive session, 1 MRS 4056D, labor negotiation teamsters.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? No, you guys can stay here, we're going in the back room.
Oh.
Okay? change the date?
I will. You don't have to worry about that. It's just on that cover sheet. I'll do it after.
Okay. Okay, where am I gonna way too much paper in front of me here?
I don't disagree.
Okay, we are coming out of executive session one, MRS 4056D, labor negotiation Teamsters at, what time do we have?
12:32.
12:32. That it, Jamie? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion that we ratify the contract with the,
Teamsters.
yeah, as of August 17th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we ratify the Teamsters contract as of August 17th, 2025. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous.
Make sure
Okay.
everybody signs all 3 copies.
All right, we gotta do that right now? Yeah, we probably should. Okay, they're gonna sign. Yeah, there's a specific page with our names. Jeannie used the flags page for us. Nothing. Oh, it is flagged, I'm sorry.
Come your way, Bob. I'm gonna date this, is that all right? 9/2/26. 5/25.
I was gonna say, it's
Don't
not
rush it.
26.
Don't rush it.
Okay, this one's all signed,
It's done.
this one's done.
Dated. One's not dated. That one's dated. The next one is.
Okay, signed.
Date 'em, I didn't see that.
25. I got it. There's only one date.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. We've got enough paper up here. Okay. Old business, legal opinion, authority to reallocate county funds after budget committee reductions. Who wants to lead this?
I just make it clear, to me, it's clear what it said, and I think the second letter you got was probably something related to the budget committee follow the process that they were supposed to follow under 8 LD, MRSA 38, 874, 2 and 4. The council agreed with that, so it speaks for itself.
The area where I had a problem with it is that the budget committee does not have authority over policy.
Yes, it does. Law, that's what he said in here. Policy is trumped by the law. It's just like I said, explained before. We could decide that you could drive 90 miles an hour on a county road. State law says, no, you can't. So you can't circumvent that. And that's pretty much what he said here. Policy does not, the law circumvents policy. And I think it's item number, question number 3. Under the circumstances, does Franklin County's personal policy mandating 36 so forth, or does home rule authority and the supremacy clause of state law prevent it? They're considered county officers by statute. These salaries are in full compensation. While this language in or itself does not preclude flexibility, it does not trump state budget committee authority under 874-4. He basically said it doesn't trump it.
Any other comments?
Doesn't he use just one of the counties as a, like Warwick? Is this the one that?
He, in his second letter, he cites the same budget procedures that we have. I think there are 8 counties in the state that do that.
So are all 16 doing the same, I guess? is my
It's
question.
all in statute. It's spelled out in statute. So if you go to 874, if you look up budget committee process, budgeting process, and this is where the big difference is. One, actually, I don't know which county it is, specifically says they are purely advisory. 1 or 2 say they revise the budget. 7, I think it's 8, say that they go through in a line-by-line process. And that was in his second letter, that he even spelled that out for you. The counties include, that have the same as we do, as Androscoggin, Aroostook, Knox, York, Kennebec, Oxford, Somerset, and Washington, all have the same budget requirements that ours does.
So, see, the other ones don't, though, is that your?
They're in so you have to look up 874, you have to look up budgeting in the statutes.
Right.
And it literally has it spelled out by county. Ours
Really?
happens to be
Yeah, I
under
see that.
874. The others are like 6, depending on where they fell out when they
So
established.
how did they get that policy, I guess, or how did they get that?
Let's put it this,
Who
so,
wrote it out?
my understanding, and this is gonna drive some of you crazy, Gary McGrain. I knew that you'd react that way. Apparently in 1991, there was some concern about the budgeting process. If you look at the statute, at the end of the statute, it'll tell you the year it was put into place. So in 1991, this statute was put into place. If you go to the law library, you can find the history of it. Not the law, the legislative library. But basically, this proposal was put in front of the legislature as that budgeting process. And I'm gonna just say Franklin County, I can't answer the others. And they voted on it in the legislature to put this into law. So if you wanna change it, you've gotta go to the legislature and change it. And that's because it becomes law, we can't trump it.
Can I ask some questions?
Go ahead.
So the budget committee voted to allocate for we're specifically speaking of the commissioner's budget at this point, right? $399,220. And that's what they voted to allocate for the commissioners. They did not itemize their reductions.
Yes.
No?
Yes,
In
they
the-
did.
No, so listen, in their minutes, they did not itemize their reductions. They allocated $399,220 in their minutes. So in my mind, even after reading this, the commissioners can use $399,220 as you see fit.
I think
If
we-
you go over
Let her finish,
that
Ron.
amount, then you would have to, write that off through contingency or whatever, right?
No,
That's-
you can't use contingency, contingency's for an emergency. It
And
even
the
says that on
commissioners
course-
can decide what an emergency is.
And they would have a difficult time, to me, I'm not gonna argue with you guys. You make your decision how you want to. He makes it very clear that if you don't pursue this, you can be sued. that's what you wanna do, that's fine with me. The way I read it, and the way I read his second letter, said that he read the minutes, he felt that the conversation of the cuts in that letter were covered under the budget committee's conversation in minutes. He said you have the whole video. He makes it very clear in that second letter that they met the requirement they needed to make,
So
which is
when-
cutting that line item to zero. Zero.
So when you, when the commissioner's budget was discussed, during that discussion, there were several committee members that said, this is what they've got, and they can spend it however they want. We had several budget committee members state that in the meeting. So there was, there was an amount that was approved, the minutes were drafted, they approved those minutes after all of that discussion. Some of it was, we wanna cut this, we wanna cut that. There were several committee members that stated that the commissioners can do what they want with that money. And however they want to divide that money up is up to them, as long as they don't exceed that number. That was stated in the meeting. I was there at the meeting. It was definitely that conversation was had. So I think that you just follow the budget committee. And this is, I discussed this with you guys in the orientation. This is gray. This is gray area. Because it's not explicit. You shall not does not apply here. So there's all this gray area in county government law because nobody really wants to touch it. And it doesn't apply well to 16 counties. It might apply well to 2 or 3, but the others will gang up and say it doesn't apply well for us. So that's kind of the situation that we've always been faced with, where the rubber meets the road as far as these types of questions are asked. I think that it's a big difference. The glaring differences for me were that York County is not an advisory committee. It is a budget committee. Franklin County has a budget advisory committee. The steps of their budget process are similar, but they're not the same because we are an advisory committee. Budget in York County is a budget committee, and they discussed this during the legislative process of establishing that they did not want an advisory committee. They wanted a regular committee.
The difference, Amy, is that when you went in, so let me just read what your attorney just wrote, our attorney wrote back to us. The minute entry appears to comply with the requirements of section 874-2. At the proposal, 4-1 reduced the part-times 4-1, whereby this is what we did. The budget committee then went through the process. He did is they followed their minutes, and those cuts are appropriate. I have a suggestion, very simple suggestion. In the vote of this committee, we will send it to the Attorney General and ask for his interpretation. But I'm sitting here reading our own attorney who's basically said the law was filed, and because of the words that are in that final thing for the budget committee, that decision is final. And it says we're giving them, he says it, I don't say it, this is not my writing, this is what he says in his findings on July 28th, and then his findings here says that they followed what they were supposed to do. So this basically it's done. You can decide not to do it, that's your choice, but if you want to, we can send it to the Attorney General. I can get Russell Black and those guys to agree to send it to him and ask for his interpretation. You are going against our own attorney's opinion. So did you argue this with him? And if but they can bring him here. We can put him on Zoom and have the conversation.
We argued his first one because he hadn't addressed the issue.
He sure did address the issue.
The very first one.
So I'm not gonna get into the argument with you. When we as a committee vote to do this, there should be no individual conversations. It should be all of us involved in that conversation. So if you argued that with him, none of us were in the room. He wrote what he wrote on the 28th of July, and he verified that on the 27th of August, which is just in our packet this morning. So it's basically, you can't take the money, so you're cut, so let's look at the part-time people, the things that they cut. Budget Advisory Committee, took the draft, and they overrode and cut on June 6th, their $30,000 flex pay. They also went on major decisions, the flex pay cut, the $12,000 stayed in place, the administrative part-time position, which is still operating today, unless you move that to the unorganized territory in the TIF, which we didn't vote on doing. The record preservation, they restored the $18,000. They took the EMA pay and benefit cut. They cut the treasurer's office $10,000 for the part-time position was reduced, and outside services. They cut the soil and water conservation, and sadly, they cut Fenn's project because we weren't there to defend it. That's what they did. So, and because, again, the language is so clear in the statute, it says, we will present an itemized budget to the budget committee. We did that. They will now look at expenditures and revenues and make their recommendation. They did that. They sent it back to us with the changes. We revised it, which we're allowed to do, and on a 4-to-1 vote, we sent it back to the budget committee. The budget committee cannot do any other changes. They're stuck. They're done. What they can do, though, is they can stick with their original budget proposal, and they have to have a higher hurdle, 2/3 vote in order to do that. And that's what they did. They voted 8-3 to stick with their proposal. Because, and then the language, I can pull it up, but it basically says their vote is final. It's done. That's what it says in the law. And that's what he pretty much said in his conversation with us on the letter that was dated July 28th.
And they told him that, I have no issue with the overall budget, because that's what they voted on. I think everybody's on this.
They didn't vote on the overall.
So I guess, budgets that I've been operating before, it comes in the general, and then this is what we do warrants, right? We do warrants to allocate that money, it's being paid into each fund. It's not like they have designated, they have this fund or this account, and all that money is in there, and you can't move it, so what, so I guess so why are we here then?
Because that's a flex pay. They could have cut our salaries if they wanted to, because Bob, I've done the research on this. There is no, you tell me the statute that says they can't cut our committee. Show me the statute and I'll believe you. There is no statute. We have all had a gentleman's agreement. You don't cut the salary of people that are sitting in a position. They could cut that today. They can cut everybody's salary, except for the sheriff, by the way. But because it says, and that's what he says in his finding, we had to provide to them an itemized budget. And the key words of this, they can reject, I'm just gonna find it here, may, let me read this, it's finality of the budget. After the public hearing is complete, the advisory committee shall adopt the final budget and transmit it to the county commissioners, which they did. The county commissioners may not further increase or decrease, alter or revise the budget adopted by the budget committee except by a 3/5 vote, which we did, of the entire membership of the commission. If the adopted budget is changed by the county commissioners, which you did, the county advisory committee may reject the change by a 2/3 vote of its membership. The key words of this one, the actions are final and are not subject to further action by either county commissioners or the advisory committee.
But I don't think we're not changing the overall budget.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It says they are giving them, if it's, you're right, I'm gonna agree with you, if the language in 874 says we give them the budget, it says we give them an itemized budget. And they review the expenditures and the revenues. And then we go through the 2/3, 3/5 vote. That's what the law said. If it said budget, no argument. If it said they're purely advisory, no argument. That's not what the law says.
So anything that comes out for this next year, we're not moving any money.
That's correct. Not this year.
On anything. Is that what you're saying?
No, if you could move within, even our accountants said, within the budget, if there was, So let me give you an example. If they left $1 in there, and you continued to pay that money, you could override that by just simply, we spent too much money, we have to take it out within our budget. But they didn't, they made that zero, they took it out. It's like what I tried to ask Pam about, is she found that we charge legal costs to the probate. There was no line item for that, so we had to take it out of our legal account. She found out that our, what do you call it, mission statement budget there was no place to charge it to, so we took that out of the ARPA interest. But in this case, they took that out, it's gone, you can't fill it.
So what I'm hearing right now is that we are gonna operate according to the law in the budget committee. People are gonna be slow to get paid because the person that pays people, that does the payroll, is gonna get done. And that we aren't gonna be able to do the things, the grants that we're talking about, that we administer millions of dollars in grants, that we don't have the people to do that anymore. So guess what? We're going backwards.
Don't be mad at me, I'm just.
Well, I think you're driving a lot of this, Tom. I really do.
Listen, one of the things I told you in the beginning of this process, my job is to get us in compliance with the law, because I don't believe we've been in compliance with the law. I can go through the litany of things that we have corrected since then, like emergency meetings, like voting on the phone call. So I read the budget committee stuff, I read that in the beginning. I'm just bringing that to people's attention. You got a legal opinion, we all agree, you just don't like the opinion, so now you're complaining about it. You can take the money, it's up to you, but I'm gonna suggest, I told you don't believe what he's written, let's ask the Attorney General.
Well, I mean, this puts us in a position that, and I'm just thinking in my mind, that if that's what this lawyer's saying, that we can't deviate from this budget. So if such and such needs just let me finish. So if this group over here needs $40,000, and we have $40,000 over here, we know we have a surplus, that ain't happening.
So if you go into the law and you read that section of the budget, under another section, I can't remember which it is, it says you can't move it from one budget line item to another budget line. You can move it within the department, but you can't take it. So let's say Susie's budget is $100,000 under, but we need $100,000 in our budget. You can't move it between lines. Even our accountant said that.
But I'm saying, let's say you want to do something, let's just bring up like culture check. Under what you're saying, we can't do it. You can't move that money.
No.
If this is the budget, this is the money we have to play with, right?
Right.
This is our department, this is your department, and everything in that line is for that line. You ain't taking $40,000 from Sue.
You can't.
And bringing it over here to do it.
You can't. So
Okay.
if we didn't budget for that HR thing, then we're gonna have to wait till next year to do it, when we all said we were gonna do it.
So anything that comes about, and anything that comes out of the blue, right?
I don't get it. Why are you attacking me? I'm
I'm trying to understand. I'm frustrated because you're limiting the process of how we can
So
make the
if
county
we did
go
not
forward.
budget for the HR committee,
Yeah.
shame on us, we missed it. Shame on us. The question becomes, if we wanna do it, is there money in the HR account that we can move in to make that, to be accomplished that way? That's what we have to do. So shame on us if we didn't budget for it, when we knew we all agreed we were going to do it. Then if we don't have the money in there, or we move the money in there and we have a deficit in that account, and we have to vote on it and use it, that's a good question, I don't know. Because right now.
That's what it's kind of frustrating.
Definition of an emergency, that the board gets to define
No,
what the
you-
emergency is.
So I think you'd have to ask the question of what's an emergency or not. We can define it. I know in the legislature, I won't disagree with you. We can define what emergency, this is not an emergency.
Don't ask the legislature what an emergency is, because
They don't know.
anything's an emergency in the
But I
legislature.
think I read that specifically, if we have a majority vote on the commissioners that said this is an emergency, it flies. And that's in the law, Tom.
No, it's not in the law, Bob. Read what he said in here when we asked about emergencies. A contingency fund, it says, do have access to a contingency fund under Title 30A, which allows an amount of not exceeding 1% of the budget. However, this fund may be used at the may be used at discretion for emergencies only. Could the restoration of these be considered an emergency? This is what he wrote. The vote of the budget committee to withhold funding for specific line item does not constitute an emergency under 922(2).
What are we here for? I mean, the
I'm not
budget
here to
committee,
get
wait, I'm asking this question. What are we here for? People elected us to do this. And now we're being legislated into a corner where we can't do anything. You want to apply for a grant? Forget it, dude. Because we can't support the grant. We are basically in the ring with both hands behind our back.
No, you're not. Who's telling me you can't apply for the grant?
It takes people to administer a grant.
So
if you saw how much work is involved with these grants.
I know how much work, Bob. You forget I've been doing this.
No, but I'm talking about these specifically.
So we don't apply for the grant. I'm just telling you what the law says. You can figure out how to work within the law. So you guys can take the money if you want to. I say you can't. I say that the budget committee's vote is final. That's what our attorney said. This is not Tom Saviello. This is what the law says. It's what I said I was going to do on January 4th or whatever day we met first.
Okay.
I'm going to get us in compliance with the law.
Anybody else got anything to say? Ben?
I think the budget committee is asking the same question you are, Bob. Why are we here? They follow the law. They made a recommendation. And we're arguing about the recommendation. We asked an attorney. Our attorney gave us his opinion. And it does put us in a bind because it creates more gray areas. But I think we really need to follow the democratic process. And we need to make the best judgment we possibly can. And we need to support the budget committee. I don't think what the budget committee did was fair.
Thank you.
But I do believe that it's important that you follow the democratic process and you abide by it and live with it. And I think the attorney has given us enough justification to say, yeah, we've got to live with it, and I've got to pay back some money that I had been given for health. I don't think that's fair. I think as Commissioner Schofield said, to take 4 or 5 elected officials out of the 9 and say they don't qualify for health care is somewhat discriminatory. But I also know that there was pressure on them to cut the budget because they didn't fully understand why we gave so many increases in salary. And they were frustrated as heck. And sometimes that happens in the democratic process. People do things that you vote on and you go, what in the world do they think? So I'm inclined to say, at this point, we asked for the opinion, he gave us the opinion, we live with the opinion. And if we really run into that situation where we can't make payroll because they are cutting a position we absolutely need, then we call that an emergency. And I think that is an emergency. If I hear what they're saying relative to our costs in the finance and treasury area being too high, and I'm hearing staff at the same time saying, we can't get the work done that we have to get done, then we're in a real dilemma. And our system either has to change on how we're doing it, or we need different software, or we need something different, but that's an emergency. I don't think the money that you pay me for health is an emergency.
Well, I have to disagree with that, friend, because I don't have insurance without it.
Yep.
I'm not retired.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, when that is serious to me. Right, and I'm not saying, and that's just my own personal thing.
Right.
I'll be honest with you, God's gonna take care of me whether I get this thing or not. But I do say, when things are right and true, that's where we should go. And how this, I understand some of the law and how that thing, Tom, is so vague. One day you could get up and you see something, you're with it, and by nightfall, you're seeing something else and you're going a different direction. But, this, I mean, why are we here then? But just let me finish. I understand, but think about this. We gotta think, why are we here then? If the budget, the advisory committee sets the budget, What else are we here for? Why are we here for? If they may already, they could just work with Amy and the administration people, and that's the way the budget goes.
Remember, they have a very high hurdle they have to meet. They need 2/3 of the vote to make the change. In the past, Ben's been in those meetings where I have not. Some of these recommendations were made and they didn't carry the majority, the 2/3 vote in that budget committee. So this is not new. And when you say vague, I have such difficulty with that when it says that the final, this is the first time the budget committee made a statement that has an impact. Because they got 8 out of 11 votes to say that. And it says that these actions are final and not subject to change. That is pretty clear, that's not vague.
Well,
But
okay,
let me
yeah.
just say this. To me, this basically tells us, and this is why I think Tiffany's letter to us is saying she wants the budget continue to meet, it's very important for us to have an open dialogue with the budget committee for the rest of the year, forever. Because they do have that authority, based on what this letter says, that they can move ahead. And so we want to make sure they get the information they need, so that they understand how the salaries were determined. So they understand where this money is going to be funded. You know, I think Ben, and you know, one of my recommendations for us as the budget committee, this is our budget. As much as I appreciate Amy taking all the heat on the budget, this is our budget. We should be sitting at the table, having the conversation when they ask for stuff. That's what we do in the selectmen's when we have a town meeting. Remember, we're the only state government that has both the executive branch and the legislative branch into one. In a town, you have the executive branch, which is the town people. The select people, and the legislative branch is the people at the town meeting. At the school, it's the people that vote in that thing. They are the legislative branch. We don't have that. So this committee is established to recognize the selectmen who are elected by their towns to come in and do that. So they are electing as a legislative branch, and because of the way it got written for our county, they are in control if they get 8 out of 11 votes.
I mean, that's the thing, like Finn just said, they were not understanding the budget, so they, you know.
I can't.
But I'm just telling you that maybe that 8 out of 11, maybe really wasn't an 8 out of 11, and they voted frustrated, but whatever that is. I think you just, you know, you handcuff, it's just like with me in my own budget. My car breaks down, but I got a refrigeration thing. I ain't gonna take it from that refrigeration bed to go pay that car. Karen, you gotta go walk. But do you know what I mean? That's what we're dealing with.
And Ben made a good example. If that happened, then it's an emergency, and we can define it as such. But to refill this account up is not an emergency. That's the difference.
You have anything to say?
Yeah, I've been mulling this over. I agree with Commissioner Saviello, and I agree with Commissioner Fowler, and I agree with Commissioner Gilbert. A lot of these things I agree with. It's unfortunate that we, the 5 of us, were elected directly by people. Our names were on the ballot in 5 different districts. The people of Franklin County, and you can argue this because they were elected as selectmen, but the people of Franklin County never elected a single budget committee member. None of those folks were elected directly by the people. When those people were elected as select persons, nowhere on the resume was, oh, and we maybe, if we are elected in a caucus, we also may be on the Franklin County Budget Committee. That's not part of what they ran on. I don't think I've ever seen a select person run in their town saying, I want to be a select person for the town of Widget, and I also maybe want to be on the Franklin County Budget Committee. That never happens. If it has, I'd like to have it brought to my attention. So we are elected by the people of Franklin County to oversee the operation of Franklin County, to determine to our best ability to run Franklin County appropriately with the funds available. The Budget Committee legally may have the authority to do what they did, but I don't believe it was fair. 96, I think, employees in Franklin County, and they choose to take about 6 of us and punish us. We were overpaid. We're making too much money. Never in my life have I started out on a job and 6 months into my probationary period been given a pay cut. Usually after your 6-month probationary period, you're given a raise, at least holding your own, but you're at least given a raise. We took a pay cut. And this whole argument sounds like it's and it is. It affects me. It affects Fenn. It affects all of us. I'd feel exactly the same way if they decided to pick on any other employee in this county. And there's nothing in the statute that I've seen that would prevent them from doing that.
There isn't, right?
If they decided, if someone on the Budget Committee got into a conflict with our Register of Deeds, and that individual was able to convince 8 other members of the Budget Committee that the Register of Deeds was making too much money, under this attorney's opinion, they decided to cut the Register of Deeds salary in half, we would be forced to abide by that, according to the attorney's opinion. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
I'm absolutely right. All you've got to do is have a charismatic person in that Budget Committee who would gather enough folks from these other non-elected Budget Committee members to cut the Register of Deeds salary. I would be as adamant about not doing it as I am about this. It's not about the commissioners' pay, it's about county employees' pay, every single one of them. And that bugs me. I think we have to abide by the law. I don't agree with the law. I think it's an unfair situation we find ourselves in. And I think perhaps we ought to figure out a way to get our county our legislative delegation to put a bill in to change it. Because they are, in my view, an advisory committee, not a legislative committee. And that's what they've turned into, is a legislative committee. And we find ourselves in a bind because of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well done.
I just make it, remember, this cost me $6,000 too, so I understand, I'm just, like I said in the beginning, I want us in compliance with the law. And as much as it also drives us to an opportunity to make sure that we continue to communicate very carefully with our Budget Committee, and participate with them so that they have their questions answered, so that they do what we hope that they will do.
So are we gonna, I guess Amy has a question there.
I'm sorry, Amy, go ahead.
So in order for us not to offer this benefit to you, you need to change your personnel policy. This is the whole reason why it's still there, because 2018, whenever it came up last, there was some kind of gentleman's agreement between the Budget Committee and the commissioners, and they chose not to give this 35%, and they never changed the personnel policy. So when this came up in January, or whatever, April, May, June, whatever it did, I brought it to you and I said, you need to change the personnel policy. And you still need to change the personnel policy. Or I have to allow you to take it if you choose to take it. That's the deal. That's the deal. I have to, because I can't authorize, I can't pick and choose which employees to give benefits to. It's a Human Rights Commission
Take it to the Human Rights Commission then. You guys take it, but he's very clear in this. Policy is overridden by statute. Statute overrides policy. So you can, we can change it if you want to, but someday it may be.
It's still a Bureau of Labor
It's
issue.
go
It's still a
to-
Bureau of Labor issue.
No,
Any
it's
way you
not.
look at it. Yes, it is,
No,
sir.
Show me, give me the statute. I would like I want the statute that says policy overrides statute. Give me the statute and the law that says that. There is no such law. The statute always, even he said it
So
in
you're
our.
gonna have conflicting statutes, because Bureau of Labor states that I have to give you all the same benefit package, unless you're in a union. I have to offer it to all of you.
Well, we change the policy. He basically answered that question.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I brought up from the beginning was, okay, we need to change the policy.
If they challenged it in 2018 when they did it, we wouldn't have it today. But I'm fine, let's just change the policy, bring it in next
They
meeting.
plan to change the policy for a number of elected officials.
Not only for us, that's all.
No.
That's
No.
all.
We did not offer this to the judge. We did not offer this. There were a period of time that we had to pay back a lot of money when I started here, because this was there. We gave the personnel book to the elected officials, and they were like, well, I haven't been getting this.
So I just, then write another letter to the attorney to say that we have to pay all the other, are they, the only one this is affected by, the only line item that got cut, remember that, only line item that got cut was for the county commissioners. No other line item got cut, none.
I understand that, Commissioner, I do. What I'm trying to say is that the personnel policy needs to be changed.
So all it should have said, except for the county commissioners, that's all that needs to be done.
Thank you,
Mr.
Jeff.
Chair.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we ask our legislative delegation, Senator Black, for instance, to present this to our state attorney general for review, so that we can get a clarification on this and hopefully put this thing to bed.
I'll second that.
I think I'm even Joe Martin.
Yeah, Joe Martin.
I think he should be in there.
Yep, he represents half of Franklin
Sheila,
County. Senator
Sheila
Black
Lyman, I think they ought to all be on there.
Yeah,
Sheila,
let's get all.
Steve Bunk is a
Okay,
Bunk.
so, the motion's been made to send this up the line to the Attorney General, and we'll have it come from Senator Black, Senator Martin, Representative Sobolewski, and Representative Lyman.
Sheila Lyman, we got, was it Steve?
And Bunker.
And the packet should include the questions we asked, should include the response we got from Libby, the two of them, and the documentation he provided to that.
Nathan?
Sharon Frost also represents part of Franklin County, New Sharon.
Who does that?
Sharon Frost also represents part of Franklin County, the town of New Sharon.
Right, you're right, thank you. Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Donna?
Institutional memory. I was here for the whole thing. The budget committee cut the commissioner's budget. I can't remember, it was 2012, 2006. They cut their pay to 12,000. They used to make more than 16,000. Okay, and they decided that they wouldn't get the that benefit. You get the flex benefit, so they cut that. And commissioners, they didn't take this upon themselves. They listened to the budget committee, and that's why that was cut back in 2016. But they did cut the commissioner's pay back then, because you made over 16,000, and now you make 12.
That was in 2009 or 10.
I can't remember.
But
I just
roughly a
remember it
decade-
happening.
About 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Clyde was still alive.
Yes. Yeah. So wasn't
Fred.
Fred?
Yes.
Those were the two. Fred was on there.
So 15 years ago, it was what it is now. Yep, and things have gone down a lot since the last 15 years.
Okay, any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yes.
All right, moving on. Legal opinion, reporting structure of elected officials. Board received a legal response from Attorney Libby on August 26th by email, see letter in your packet for details.
The most important part is the second page in that letter. It's a nice little table. Pretty well spells it out. This is the whole letter. One thing this letter makes very clear, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Good.
One thing it makes very clear is that the one position that we have some control over, if we so desire, is the treasurer's position. Which was attempted a couple of years ago. I can't remember, was it 214? Do you remember, Bob? Is it the county treasurer can be made an appointed position of which we could hire. But other than that, it pretty much says the official on that table, so that the public don't have this, that they don't have this in their hand. The official identifies on the left-hand side, probate judge, register of probate, register of deeds, sheriff, treasurer, district attorney. County employee, no, 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 no. And then removal of disciplinary authority, judicial discipline system for the probate judge, impeachment or governor for the register of probate. The register of deeds is the AG through Superior Court, the sheriff, the governor after a complaint, the treasurer, possible AG or state review, and the district attorney initiated by the attorney general. Pretty clear.
The thing that really resonates with me is in the conclusion, it says, lastly, it's important to acknowledge that the relationship and power dynamic between county commissioners and county officers officials has historically been tenuous, largely due to the law's tendency to produce unclear outcomes.
But I think
That's resonates through everything we've just talked about.
except that in this case, he also states the statutes and where the stuff comes from. You're right, it's because no one's challenged it and asked the question. Again, it goes back to what I said at the beginning. I want to bring us in compliance. It makes it very clear. We are responsible for their offices, to keep on the lights, keep the heat. We are responsible for their salaries, but we are not responsible for their conduct. Or do they report to us? So our line item, if you will, our organizational chart needs to be revised, where it simply shows EMA, the maintenance, and dispatch report to us, treasurer and HR report to us. The rest are, I would put a dotted line report on there because we are responsible for their offices and their salaries. But they report to the people as elected officials. And as I said, the one that we have, if you read this and we knew about it, I knew about it at least, the one that can be changed is the treasurer. And I'm going to mention that at some point we want to do a charter. We talked about it. We may want to talk about that. I don't think we need more discussion on this.
Any more discussion, gentlemen?
Pretty clear.
You know, I think it, you know, I think to really settle this, I mean, it's gotta go to a judge and they gotta satisfy that, I mean, basically. Or the Senate or the House to, you know, to make it more clear on how.
Well, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
It's designed to be fuzzy.
It's fuzzy.
Okay.
I'm not gonna, I'm just making a statement, Tom. I
Okay.
know where you stand on
No,
that.
it's
I'm
not what
just
it-
saying it, when I read certain sections of that, it's like, well, geez, yeah, I do, now I don't, and it just,
So the things I'm going to suggest you do, read the main constitution. That tells you very clearly who they report to. you should read the laws that are here because they're not gray. They're very, very specific. That's what he's gone through and done this, and he's given you the court cases where it has been tried before. That's why he came up with the statements that are there. But I don't think this one's vague. This one's pretty clear.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Years ago, when I was on the Board of Selectmen, we had an elected road commissioner in the town, and there were some issues with the elected road commissioner, and the Board of Selectmen that I was chair of had a lot of frustration with the individual. We had a lot of complaints from citizens about, and it's common knowledge that it's the greatest sport in Maine to complain about the road commissioner, because that's what we do anyway. But he was indeed, sometimes, there was a reason why the complaints were coming in. And I used to try to buffer those complaints as a select board chair. And finally, one night, I was laying in bed, and it was a snowstorm, and I'm wondering if the roads are getting plowed. A little light went on, there's an epiphany in my skull, which happens every once in a while. And I said, wait a minute. The people of this town elected him. I didn't make him, I didn't appoint him, I didn't hire him, they elected him. And all of a sudden, there was a big weight lifted off my shoulders. And I said to myself, the next time somebody complains about the road commissioner, I'm gonna give them his number. He's the one that ought to hear these complaints, not me. I didn't put him in that position, the people did. The only thing we did as a select board was approve whether the amount of money he spent on cutting edges, or how much money he spent on road surfaces, or who he hired, things of that nature. But we weren't, as a board, responsible for his actions, his conduct, the way he did his business. Whether he showed up during a snowstorm, or whether he waited till it was over with, that was between him and the citizens who elected him. And I think this falls into the same category. We are responsible for all of these folks' house, their home, their office, the roof over their head, the floor that they walk on, the lights being turned on, their salaries, the furniture, the number of people they have on their staff. We're responsible to pay them, but how they conduct their business, as long as it's within proper policy, is their business. They are elected by the people. And we have very little oversight. If they don't come in till 10 in the morning and leave at 1 in the afternoon, the people will find that out, and maybe they won't get reelected again. If they're putting in a 20-hour week and they're getting paid for 34, maybe the people will figure that out and they won't come in, they won't be elected again. But I think that we have to get it through our heads that the folks listed on this chart right here, probate judge, register of probate, register of deeds, sheriff, treasurer, district attorney, are somewhat autonomous. That's how I feel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan?
Hey, I'm Nathan Hilson from Wilton. This is not the first county to have frustration conversations about the lack of clarity around county government structure and the way that it's typically been resolved, which I can't prove this, but I believe is the intent of the legislature is to leave it unclear to encourage counties to make charters. That's the way that they want it to be solved, because then it's off their plate, right? They don't want to have to do this. And so what typically happens when a charter is made is that a recall provision is made for elected officials, which again gets back to what he's saying about it's in the hands of the people. So less work for you guys if it's, recall the person if you don't like them or whatever, but that's just that would be a direction the conversation could go in that would be productive.
Excellent.
I just add,
Thanks, Nate.
I might add to that, there's no recall for any of us either. I found that out in a roundabout way, so that if you did a charter, you'd have a recall for all elected officials.
We done? Move on. Next item. Mission statements by department. Yep.
So one of the things we voted on, I think 2 meetings ago, was our own mission statement and vision statement. And I said that between Commissioner Gilbert and I, we would go out and solicit mission statements from the other groups, including the administration's office and others, and did that. And I actually thought we were gonna spend a lot of time doing it, but they took their own initiative. Now, they were not instructed to do this. They took their own initiative to put the mission statements, which I believe you all have in your packets, or they're in the book, which I was very pleased. I mean, Commissioner Gilbert and I had a very short afternoon when I thought it was gonna be a very long afternoon. I think that helps us for the next agenda item. The only ones that doesn't have one is our administrative office, and I think they should, because and you did a really nice job of listing all of the activities and so forth that you gave to us in the month. Your customers are different than ours. Your objectives are different than ours as commissioners. So that would be my next suggestion, is for that group, and I think HR should have their own, to write a mission statement just to be put in the file with the rest of it. And then once we get them all done, I would like to see us print them out, sign them if you're in that department, and post them along with ours. So that's where we are. We're down to just 2 really having to be done.
You say the 2 that are left?
I think we should do
commissioners?
HR and we should do the administrator's office.
Why do you separate HR from the
Because I
administrator?
think HR's customer is employees. It's not the public per se. I mean, because of the way your job is described, you're our deputy administrator. However, your HR responsibilities are to these guys. So they're slightly different. That's why I think it should be. If you don't want it different, that's fine with me too, but I just think it should be different.
Her job is to support the policy you set and make sure the employees are following that policy. That's her job.
That's the mission statement. Just write it down. Your customers are, who are the customer? Who's your customer? Us, or is it the employee?
Well, I mean, as a dual role, it's a little bit of everybody.
No, I'm just HR parts.
Yeah,
So who's your customer?
employees.
Thank you. That's the important part.
But I feel like, personally, if you want my opinion, I think that your mission that you've picked up would align with mine as well. It's not specific. Now, my objectives and my goals are different, of course, because of the nature of the work that I do, but I think that your mission statement that you adopted for the board is pretty broad and could support me as well. But it's really up to the board, you know, whether or not I develop my own. I don't feel like I need to, but if that's the desire of the board, then I will do it.
I think that you should have one that identifies that the employees are your customers. And I don't think ours, nowhere in our mission statement does it talk about employees, if you recall that, nowhere. So I think it's really important. And I think the other one, for the administrator, I think it should be because she's got building maintenance underneath her, she's got all these other outside people that she has to address. It's not just us that's our customer, but it's a whole bunch of other people. So I think we should have 2 separate mission statements for those 2. That's my thought. I'll leave it up to you guys to make a motion to do that.
I can understand why you're thinking that way, and yet I see the administration team as being one team and that being an element. Just like I see that the financial piece of that is, an element, and the physical plant piece is an element. So I'm okay with the administration creating one, and then being able to create it in such a way that each element could take that mission and then say, how does that apply to my tasks that I'm doing every day?
Within the administrator's
Yes,
office.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I
That's
do-
fine. I just think we should have one for every department we have.
And I agree.
So it would be, that's the one we're lacking. We've got ITs, we've got the sheriffs, we've got EM. I mean, I was surprised that we had all these. I didn't know. And they started rolling in immediately when we asked, which was pretty impressive.
You making a motion, Finn?
I think Tom's made a motion that he would like to have administration. I would make a motion that administration also do a mission statement.
Second?
I'll second.
Moving second, any more discussion?
There's one thing that, I talked to Tom about this, I could go either way on it, but one thing I do know is that Tiffany, there's Tom, Commissioner Schofield, Amy, there was Sue, I went to two or three, I think, did you go to one of them? But there's the original making of the mission statements and all that, and they put their input into there, so, I feel they could fall under that because they have been part of the process in that. I think to me, it's more in the goals part of it, that maybe you can get more definite. That's my thought process.
More discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, carries with 3. HR consulting and cultural evaluation. Tom?
Well, I asked for that to be put on the agenda because I just wanted to see where we were. And we talked about this. I'm not sure we can afford it, but where the money's gonna come from. But if we had the money and we were able to pull this off, I'd like to see it move forward. It's September now. We did want to wait until we had the major on board for a while, and I think he has been. I just wanted to have a discussion about that, where we stood on this, where we plan to go with it, and how soon.
May I add to that? One of the things when we talked about this about 2 months ago, is we established certain things that we wanted to have accomplished so that when we engaged whoever this person was going to be, and if you remember, we had the conversation of who was going to run it and so forth, et cetera, we said we needed our mission statement and vision statement. We needed the department's mission statement. We needed to understand line reporting requirements. We have filled every one of those slots. So I think we're ready to move on to having the conversation where we were headed with the 3 potential bidders, if we're gonna pursue this. So we can ask them questions and to make a decision to go forward. So that's one thought. And so I'll leave it there, and I got something else I'm gonna bring up, but that's where I think we're at that position. We have filled up the things. Then if you go back to that meeting where we had a conversation about it, that we agreed it needed to be done, they are done now.
And I also think, if I recall right, we tentatively agreed to have Commissioner Saviello, myself, and Tiffany sort of move this forward, if I remember right. And I want to know if we still wanted to do that.
And I might add to that, I think, I think the next step is to potentially make arrangements to have a conversation with these 3 organizations that we narrowed it down to. And I would ask if we do that they also look at their report, because I can tell you in my conversations, no one's interested in a Zoom call or a focus group. And 2 of the proposals had those kind of things, is that we just asked them if they would revise their budget to do a one-on-one, person-to-person interview, and revise their also proposal that we get to look at the questions they're going to ask with the people they sit down and talk with. I think that's totally appropriate on our part, along with what Tom suggested, Commissioner Schofield suggested.
So, just a question, Bob.
Yep.
Was this in our budget?
No.
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 We have a UT budget that comes up when?
It goes into effect at the same time.
In July.
Yeah, so everything has to be addressed to the legislature by November 7th, and then the final numbers have to be in by the 12th of December, but it's a fiscal year. It's July 1 through June 30th.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So how much money is left in interest, in ARPA interest?
So we have taken in, 304,000, I just gave my paper to Pam, 304,000 and, spent 66, but you allocated some additional funds there. I wanna say, I wish I had those numbers in front of me.
If you can read that tiny print.
I didn't anticipate you were doing this, I was
I didn't think-
answering a different question for somebody. So, our interest since inception of the grant was $304,498.64. Through July 31st, which was the last month reported. Our expenditures of interest from up through August 12th this year was $66,546.65.
So we have approximately $250,000.
Yeah, about.
So we used that when we did the mission statement to pay for that, I believe, because we did not allocate that money when that budget was cut. So I would recommend that we use this, because I think the high bid was, we're in about the $30,000 range for this, so we use the interest to complete this task.
Does this fall within the line of emergency?
That's not an emergency. These things have to be considered an emergency.
Good, Jim.
I don't think it falls within the budget, Tom.
It's not in the budget. That's what I just said.
Well, that's,
It's-
we had to, this is where we gotta stay within our game plan here, right? Didn't we just have a big talk
So-
about
so-
game?
So I just told you.
Let's
No,
stay in
no.
the swim zone.
The interest is for us to use anywhere we want to, in any way we want to. That's what the interest is for, of the ARPA money.
Right.
So I'm recommending that that be used to pay for this project.
I'm recommending that we stay to what the budget was.
It's not in the budget.
Yeah, but we can't.
So you're gonna stay, I don't disagree with you. We're gonna stay within the budget. We're gonna use
So
ARPA.
I would say we use that money for emergency circumstances. It could be the
So
courthouse.
don't you wanna do the HR thing? You don't wanna do it?
I'm saying we don't have the money.
We do have the money. It's in the interest.
But it's not what we allocated, Tom.
There's no
I understand what you're saying. That money is interest money.
That's
I
allocated.
want to use that money for something that's, in case this
Oh, so-
winter.
Okay, so you don't wanna do the HR evaluation. That's all I want to know.
Okay, Pam? Go ahead, Nate.
Nate was first.
Well, the ARPA money is not part of the county budget process.
Yes, we know.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, this is not ARPA money.
Well,
No,
it's
it's
not-
interest.
They're treated very differently by the federal law. Interest is under the purview of the commissioners, not under ARPA. Just to be clear.
But
Oh, so
under,
they'll pay our-
I think,
Yeah, we can.
Mr. Chairman, I just,
True.
as the treasurer, I have had a question in my mind why interest from the ARPA funds account is not treated as revenue like interest from any other account, which is not required to be applied, like with the unorganized territory. Interest in the UT account, it's held in a separate account at the bank so that the interest will only be used for the UT. I think, from my perspective, I would prefer to see interest from the ARPA funds treated as revenue and accounted for through the budget process.
That's what it's done.
It has not been done that way. If you look at the revenues in our budget, it does not include that amount of revenue.
No, it does not.
Doesn't include it, it's not revenue to the budget.
It
So,
is not.
it's simple, guys. We don't know the final number on the DHR. So we can have a motion right now, if you would like, I'd make it, if you want one, to use the interest to pay for this HR evaluation. I would make that motion.
Okay, the motion's been made to use ARPA interest for the cultural evaluation.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
Yeah. So when I read the attorney's letter, the attorney seemed to indicate that we could not use outside money to supplant what the budget committee cut. But because this wasn't in the budget, can we have an expenditure? Is that your understanding?
This is not our this is interest, so you have to explain how the interest works. The interest is our money to use where we so desire. So if you're suggesting that perhaps this money could go to pay that back, pay the stipend back?
Well, that was the question that I think the attorney answered and said we could not do that.
They can't because of what the law says. This money, I'll give you the best example I can give you, is when you did the mission statement as a group before we got on board.
Right.
There was no budget line item for it. So we had to figure out a way to do that. One way might have been able to use contingency, might have been able to declare an emergency, but because we had this ARPA money, we were able to fund that project. So this is really kind of an extension of that mission statement, because we said we needed that to do the HR evaluation. So we're using kind of a slush fund that we have sitting in the side because of the interest. Right? That's a bad word. I agree with that.
Can I just say, I originally, when we did the mission work, believed that the commissioners voted to take it out of contingency.
They did.
Okay.
They
That
did
was
not take it out of
backpedaled
interest, that's right.
to take it out of ARPA. But I just wanna say that originally when we did that, we took it out of contingency. That was a vote that they had. The ARPA funds, it's pretty clear in the statute, the ARPA interest is an amount of money that's set aside, has to be in a separate, not a separate account per se, but it's accounted for separately, so that you know what that number is at any point in time, if I do my homework. And the commissioners have full authority to decide how they're using that. That's my understanding. Amy, you agree?
Agreed.
So it's sort of good that we didn't put this cultural assessment in the budget. Because if we had put it in the budget as a line item, and the budget committee in their infinite wisdom said, nah, you don't need that, and cut it to zero, we wouldn't be able to use ARPA money, because that would be violating the budget committee's behest.
Could be, yeah.
But because we didn't talk about it, it's open for our discretion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you got it.
I don't know what makes sense.
Well, if I remember correctly, when we were in the bathroom, we discussed how we were gonna pay for it, and we talked about it coming out of contingency, because we felt that it was an emergency, and we had a long conversation about what an emergency was. So I think this was always intended to come out of something other than the budget.
I think it just makes it easier to use the contingency money. I'm sorry, the ARPA money, ARPA interest.
I just wanna make a statement. Back in January, all you voted to have the culture study done. So to now renege on it and, trying to figure out where you wanna get your funds, you know where you can get your funds. I don't know why you don't want the HR study done, but you voted to do it. That's all I'm saying. And you have access to money to pay for it.
Okay, so got a motion, let's make the motion, please.
You made it.
You made the motion. I
You made
seconded
it, he seconded it.
I'm sorry. I use the ARPA interest to fund this project, to run the HR project, HR evaluation. Cultural evaluation.
Fine, and you second, okay, any more discussion?
My only discussion is I read all the mission statements, and some are written much better than others. And I would hope that as we go through this process, maybe it will help articulate to some people how you create a short, simple mission that people are excited about.
Don't disagree. I'm just so happy to have them.
Yep.
And the effort that was put into place impressed me.
Yep.
Without asking once, and they were done, it's like, oh, wow, this is pretty good. I thought we were gonna spend hours in the afternoon putting these things together.
also would like to say that I really think this cultural assessment is very, very important and have ever since the beginning, so I will be voting to do this.
Okay. Jeff, go ahead.
To adjust, what Sue was saying about not having the culture check. I think probably the board needs to have a culture check before we can bring the culture check to the rest of the people. Because somehow, someday, we need to learn how to work together and make this thing go. That's my thing. So if that, and I did vote against the culture check back when we were at the Farmington Hospital. And I think you stood up saying it was an emergency. So that's one reason I voted against it. But my thing is, if you want a culture check, it begins with us. And then we can go to the people. And then because we set the culture, right? We're leaders, we set the culture. We hear what's going on, we take everybody's information, and then as we go forth, we gotta be 5 as 1, we can't be 1 as 1, so.
I would disagree. I was not elected to represent this board. I was elected to elect the people, represent the people from Kepler, Wilton, and West Farmington. And I did that when I was in the legislature, and I will continue to do that here. So if I'm the one vote that's all by himself, it has never bothered me when I served in the State House, and it will never bother me on this board. My goal is to represent those people and listen to their voices.
And this wasn't directed at you, Tom.
Well-
I'm saying, and I was elected by the J people, and I was elected by Chesterfield people, just like Commissioner Schofield was Weld and Tom, Bob and Carabasset, and, we were all elected by our people. But we need to learn how to get on the same page on a lot of stuff. So
And the hard part, just to add to that, is we can't talk to each other.
yeah.
It is,
It's really hard, because
That
what
is
you
difficult.
when I was on the pesticide control board, we used to do a retreat. Now, it was open to the public, but we would go someplace where somebody had to make an effort to come and sit in on it. But we could have a heart-to-heart conversation about stuff. We're pretty well tied because we're a public entity.
we have to have our heart-to-hearts right here in front of God and everybody. And I recognize the importance of that. But to a lot of folks listening in or watching would say, God, why don't they have their act together? Well, the reason we don't have our act together, because we have no rehearsal to get our act together. This is, what you see here is raw. It is exactly the way it is intended, I guess, because of the freedom of information. If I've got a different opinion than Fen, I don't get a chance to know that until we sit here to find out. And he doesn't know, and like it or not, and people say, boy, they waste a lot of time just doing it. Folks, that's the way the script is written. Sorry, can't do anything about it.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, and we're voting on ARPA funds.
Oops,
I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
Something that Commissioner Schofield said, I think it was anybody on the board could be part of that process, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The motion is to use ARPA interest to fund the cultural evaluation. All in favor? I'm gonna go with it. Okay, all opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you.
So if I could, Mr. Chair? So I think our next step is for us to set up interviews with the 3 groups. And I would like perhaps to 2 of them, to have them see if their budget needs to be modified. If, I assume it does, if they're gonna do one-on-one person-to-person interviews. And then all 3 of them, that they may not like the idea that we're gonna approve the questions they ask. And I think all of them treated employees, but I think I understood Commissioner Gilbert to say we should be interviewed also. Is that what you meant as individuals? So
No, I meant part of the interview
Culture.
process.
Right. We would individually
Well,
be-
no, I meant also who's gonna do the culture check. I think that was, everybody should be involved on the board. Is that, I think that was stated at the meeting, if I remember right.
So, understand if you do that, all of it's public.
It should be. No, you can go in
I don't
executive
disagree with you,
session.
it's gonna come out public. but-
It should be. You should have interviews with the candidates here.
Oh, no, I agree, I totally agree with
that's
that,
what I mean.
Totally, oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah,
Okay, I
that's what I
misunderstood. But I would also add if, how much extra it would cost if they interviewed us for a cultural check.
I think we gave them the 89.
Oh, gave them-
They're part of that.
Okay.
92 employees.
Good. So that's the only thing I would ask, and then to say that. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Miscellaneous, jail medical expansion requisition, please.
One of us to talk about
Yeah.
that? So he can give you the best update, but we do have our first requisition, so who signs that requisition is the question. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the commissioners, but you would need to designate whoever that person's gonna be that signs
Who is the
that.
most likely person to do that?
So, it could be the sheriff, it could be me, it could be close, really, all three of us are generally there.
What's your pleasure?
Sergeant,
Close.
Yeah, I'll sign it.
Sorry, let's sheriff sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is my jail.
There you go.
That's
We need a motion.
That would make
And
the
I have
most.
signed some other things, I have no idea what I've signed, but I've signed them, yeah.
If they have dollars on them, though, he comes to see me first.
Make a motion that we let the sheriff sign.
Okay, recommend, motion to authorize Sheriff Nichols to sign the jail medical expansion requisitions throughout the entire project. So you're on the hook for the entire
I'll
project.
probably be in my own jail at some point. I don't know what I signed.
Well, make it sure it's comfortable.
We have one for you to sign today.
Okay,
Before you
All right.
leave.
sounds good.
Oh, wait, we got to take a vote, all in favor?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Under other miscellaneous, Leanna Lavoy had asked us to come and tour the recovery center. We actually talked about doing it at the end of the meeting today, which I'm glad it wasn't today, because they're probably all gone home. But she put an alternate date of October 7th. That's our meeting on October 7th to do a tour of the recovery center afterwards. And that way, we would, I think it was, Commissioner Schofield said, you know, we won't adjourn, we'll
Recess.
recess, go there, and we won't be in violation, so, everybody good with that?
Yep.
October 7th? Okay,
Yep. As part of our commissioners meeting.
yep, yep,
And we'll have a short morning meeting.
better believe it.
Yeah.
Warrants,
Wait, I got a couple of things on the
okay,
miscellaneous.
go ahead.
First, the expense statements that Brenda sent to us that showed balance out. And I've done some work on it, don't have it ready, but I do know that we have a surplus from what we budgeted versus expenditure. And by,
So we do not, because we utilized $350,000 in undesignated fund balance, so.
oh, gotta pay that back
You
first.
gotta pay that back
Okay.
first, and then we actually have a deficit of about $100,000 to pare down.
Answers my question,
Yeah.
because the statute specifically says you gotta pay back your contingency, then you give it back to the taxpayer, and then you go to, so thank you. I don't need that on the agenda. Then, I've been working on a project, some of you may have heard about it, it's a pump hydro storage project that's going to be done in Oxford County. The group that is putting that on would like to come and give a very brief description of it at the next meeting. Won't take very long, but so you know, even though it's not in our county, and in full disclosure, I've been hired as part of the public relations campaign, but I will not be making the presentation.
So what is it, Tom?
Pump hydro storage, it's
Hydro
basically,
storage.
water is put into, it's a liquid battery. And I'll let you have the suspense until the next meeting.
Okay, but it's got something to do with liquid.
That's right, something to do with water.
Tom, just out of curiosity, if it's not in our county, why would they want to come and talk to us?
Because we've decided that all of the people around this project need to know what's going on. Because anybody could theoretically become an intervener. And if they do, we want them to make sure that they know what the project is. It's been a very interesting experience because working with some of the environmental groups, they're very excited about this because it's not a dam, it's two reservoirs. And, so, but I think it's appropriate you all know what's going on. Because someday, because of where we're located and how we're located, somebody might wanna do it here. The other thing I had on here was, I'm gonna begin doing my homework on a charter, because it's my secondary objective, so I will start doing that, so that I can start bringing that to you. I think, Amy, you've been involved with charters before, so I'll dig out what I have, maybe give you a call, and sit down and talk about it. And then, this is kind of a
Can
weird.
I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
What is typically, if you've had some experience in Amy, the time you start the process of a charter and the time it's completed, you give us a rough, is it 1 year, 2 years, 5 years?
Probably more than a year. It probably will take more than a year.
Okay.
The goal would be to have it ready, because it's gotta be publicly voted on.
For the election,
For the
November.
2026 election.
November election.
That would be the goal.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, thank
Yep,
you.
that would be the goal. And then, because there's 7 charters, I think, already out there in the counties, we can steal and borrow
Yep.
and do it pretty quickly. The other request I have is in the packet. Guys, I really appreciate all this stuff about the engineering. I don't need it. If you can just simply have that in there, or have it on the webpage, and just tell us that we're gonna talk about it, where we can find it. As much as I used to work for the paper industry, we don't make this paper in the state of Maine anymore. But it would be just, again, it may be just me, but I don't need this.
So what you're saying is like with the PLOG project, there was all the NRCS stuff, so,
I think that was part of the application, so if you look in the application, I think it says see the attached document.
So the reason we do it, and I don't agree we shouldn't have to print it out for you, but the reason we do it is so that the public has it, because we post this to the website, and you can download your packet, and the public can read all of this stuff.
Yep.
So we don't wanna not give that out to the public, but I don't know that we have, if everybody's in agreement, we don't have to copy it 5 different times.
I agree with you. I go on the public site, I would prefer we didn't have to have it, don't have a thick packet, but if you know it's there, go to the website, it was there this morning, and just look it over yourself. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I agree.
okay,
Bob?
yeah.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
And if any of you want it, Ben, save you guys some copying time. Thank you.
You done?
I'm done.
Not on October 7th, you're not gonna have this opportunity.
Yeah.
So this is what I got signed today.
Motion to sign the warrants.
I'll move we sign the warrants.
Second.
He's with me.
Seconded by Jeff. Any discussion? None, all in favor?
Do you have one quick question? In our packet was the systems engineering, was in front of mine, what's that for?
Probably because it got picked up when,
Oh, so it's not really related to us, okay.
it's available.
I entertain a motion.
We have the next one.
So moved to adjourn.
Second. All in favor? Raise your hand.